sorry. I really didn't. I looked. I had like 10 minutes, and I was like, oh, I'm making good time. And I unloaded the dishwasher, and then my OCD. I was like, oh, let me wipe down that counter again. Let me wipe down. Let me go over the coffee maker. Let me go over the refrigerator. And then I realized, Carolyn, you're late. All right. That's okay. So we have some really, really, really crazy things to talk about tonight. If you see up on picture, please. I always want to be like Mr. Rogers. I always wanted a picture, please. And now I have a picture, please, right? Who would have known? And those of you that watched Mr. Rogers, you know he had a little picture frame and he used to say, picture, please. Show, and it was like one of the first Show Me Alexas back in the 1970s, okay? That was like unheard of. Like, how could he just have a TV that he can just talk to and it shows him what, you know? Or it even was like spying on people. Remember, he like, let's see what Mr. McFeely is doing. And it would just go like immediately to like Mr. McFeely's house or something. Remember that? That was really cutting edge stuff. Fred Rogers was really on top of that. You might think he was an old fashioned fuddy-duddy that put on this sweater and the little, sneakers that were like Keds, right? And you might think that. But he was really ahead of his time on that stuff. I'm telling you. And did you know my English teacher worked with him, right? Okay. Anyway. So, we're going to talk about this North Carolina woman from Keene. Not North Carolina. I am so sorry. Sorry, North Carolina. I didn't mean to upset you. It's New Hampshire. New Hampshire woman, Keene, New Hampshire, Keene, has been urinating on food at a co-op for years. Now, it's going to be quite interesting because there was a press release by the co-op. If you like quinoa, and raw almonds, it wasn't the fresh produce, and it wasn't the meat, and it wasn't the cheese. It was quinoa and raw almonds and something else. We'll go through that. Really, really unfortunate. She was actually posting it online. She'd been taking videos, posting this crap online. Gross. You know what? I haven't even checked to make sure that I'm live on YouTube, but I'm not going to make that mistake again. Well, let me see. Okay. There. No, I'm live here. Thank you. Whew. Ha. Okay. So, that's going to be one story we're going to talk about. Then we have that mother. She slit her son's throat on his 18th birthday as a death gift. Okay? She thought this was something good. Yeah. And then the death row inmate there, he looks like somebody, I don't know who it is. Richard Glossip has his murder conviction overturned by the Supreme Court. And, get out, she is going to have, he's going to have a new trial. Wonderful, right? Yes. So now we've got then Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively. They're still in it. So we're going to catch up on all of that stuff. And we are going to talk about Blake Lively not wanting them to see any evidence anymore. What's up with that? Why doesn't she want them to see any evidence anymore? Interesting. All right, so let me see where we're going to go first. Which one? Well, I know where we're going to go first, okay? We are going to go first. Okay. Now, let me go this way. Oh, and then, I forgot to tell you. Yes, I watched Monica Simontilli trial today. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. They had some friends on, yada, yada, yada. But again, it's a lot of this stuff. This trial is so different for a lot of reasons, the Monica Simontilli, is because we were told so much in opening statements, everything feels redundant. I don't know why they did it. They literally brought everything to the opening statement. This poor jury, I think their minds must just be ready to explode. I have completely filled a notebook. I have to get another notebook on this case. That's unheard of. It's why? What are we doing? And then the defense, it's like they're being paid by the hour, so they better do their job. And they just either, it's like Charlie Brown's teacher, or they're just asking the same questions over and over, no rhyme or reason, boring the jurors probably to absolute tears. It's horrendous. And then the corn rake, right? Todd Mullis, Amy Mullis. So today they had expert Dr. Hammers was on there, their expert, okay. They had another doctor, and tomorrow, I think they said tomorrow they're going to finish up. I don't understand, because I thought they had like, if I wasn't mistaken, they had like 40 witnesses. We'll see. But I'm still going to stand by what I told you. He's not going to get a new trial. He's not going to get his conviction overturned. I'm still standing by that, and that is what I'm going to say. It's not happening at all. Not happening. All right? No. Okay, let's go. To our first story. Our first story. Coming straight to you from, oh, where are we going to go? Let's go to All right, there we go. Over here. Oh, and remember that twin? Remember I told you a little bit about it? That twin brother that, yeah, he got a 15-year prison sentence. We were just talking about that before I went live, so just wanted to let you know that. Okay. All right. All right. Shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Hold on a minute. I was grabbing my graphic, and then it just decided to be a little jerk. Stop being a little jerk. Just stop it. Okay, hang on for 1 second here, because it's just being a little bit of a jerk right now. Okay. So here's where we're going to go first. Michigan. A Michigan mother is charged with killing her son last week, allegedly told authorities that his death was part of a suicide pact that she had with him. Now, how old do you think that woman is? This woman right here, how old do you think she is? Put it down in the chat. How old do you think this woman right here is? I want everybody right now to tell me. Because it's almost like that game show, right? They used to put somebody out there and you had to guess their age. I just want you to, because I just want to see if it's my eyes or if it's yours too. Anybody please put the age of that woman. Please. Just write it up in the chat, please. Thank you. Okay. Yes, please write the age of that woman right there, please. We've only got one person writing so far. Come on. You guys can do it. Elle, you think she's like 34? 35? Bucky Ann says 50. This woman right here, right here. Right over here. There's this right here. 43. Okay. She's 39. I wouldn't guess that. I wouldn't guess 39. Sorry, I just wouldn't. It doesn't seem like 39 to me. Okay. But I'm just saying, maybe it's my eyes. Buckingham might have the same eyesight. I don't know. All right. Anyway, it doesn't really matter, does it? She's a Michigan mother. She's charged with killing her son last week. She allegedly told the authorities that his death was part of a suicide pact. And Katie Austin Lee, 39, killed Austin Picard on Friday, one day before his 18th birthday, at their apartment in Holland, Michigan. She claimed that she tried to get her son to stop breathing before she used a knife to slit his throat and arm. She advised her son asked her to help him stop breathing because he did not want to turn 18. She allegedly told the 911 dispatcher that she tried to stop her son from breathing before she used a knife to cut him when he lost consciousness. She also explained how they both tried to overdose on medications at 1 p.m. on Thursday, roughly 5 hours before she cut him. It's amazing that she's still alive, though, right? Lee reportedly called 911 around 4 a.m. on Friday. Responding police found Picard lying in a bed with blood surrounding his head. She threatened 2 officers with a kitchen knife. The officers tased her, which caused her to drop the knife, and she eventually retrieved it, and they tased her for a second time. She allegedly told police that she wanted them to kill her so she could be with her son. Picard was pronounced dead at the scene. The forensic pathologist, Dr. Stephen Cole, conducted the autopsy, saying that he died of a laceration to his neck. Lee is charged with open murder, in addition to resisting and obstructing arrest and an officer. She remains in jail without bond. Okay, what is wrong with these people? All right, now, next. Next we have this woman right here. Keene, New Hampshire, okay. She's 23. She's been doing this for years. She thinks it's funny. I assume she thinks it's funny. She's filmed herself urinating on groceries for years. Now, I had someone, I'm not going to say their name, in a Zoom when we were discussing this, that wondered, how could she do this and film it? She'd have to sit on them. A New Hampshire, and I said, not if she has a shiwi, but we don't know. Let's find out, right? Okay. A New Hampshire woman was arrested on Friday for allegedly urinating on food at a grocery store. It was a grocery co-op, right? And then she posted the footage online, because that's, you want to get caught, I guess, or you want to just gross people out. What do you want to do? Kelly Tedford, she filmed herself contaminating food and surfaces with urine at the Monradinock Food Co-op in Keene, New Hampshire on February 10th. An investigation reportedly uncovered Tedford doing the same thing at businesses in Keene and elsewhere as early as 2021. In turn, the co-op recalled the various organic foods, including quinoa, walnuts, and polenta. Yeah, that was the other thing. That were purchased between February 10th and February 15th. In addition to sanitizing the store, the co-op said affected customers were contacted to receive a refund. Meats, produce, seafood, and refrigerated foods were not contaminated. Authorities were anonymously tipped off about Tedford's actions on February 14th, and the grocery store said they have about $1,500 in losses. She's been charged with criminal mischief. She's due in court on April 7th. Police have not disclosed what other businesses were affected or if there's additional charges that are forthcoming. So let's see what this Kelly Tedford has been doing around the place. So currently she's being called an online creator. So where's her channel, huh? An online creator has been charged with criminal mischief for allegedly making disturbing videos of her contaminating store products by urinating on them. What kind of an audience was she having? People were like, oh, I can't wait to see what you're going to do next. Do it to the popsicles. Do it to the popsicles. Do the bread. Do the bread. Like, what kind of audience do you have? I don't even get it. Okay. The investigation began on February 14th when the Keene Police Department in New Hampshire received an anonymous tip-off regarding a woman later identified as 23-year-old Kelly Tedford, who had posted disturbing videos to an internet site of her contaminating items at a local business with her urine. Oh, let me see here. Police immediately launched an investigation in cooperation with the local grocery store, Monadnock Food Co-op, and the affected items were removed in coordination with the health department. They subsequently issued a voluntary recall for red quinoa, white quinoa, tricolor quinoa, cornmeal, polenta, coconut shreds, and raw walnuts, and affirmed that our community's health and safety remain our top priorities. Oh, Desi's behind me. I don't know what Desi's doing. Top priorities. While this was a highly unusual situation, we took swift action in accordance with our food safety and recall procedures, said the Monadnock Food Co-op. We have also been in direct communication with the Keene Health Department, which has confirmed that no ongoing risks remain. We continue to cooperate fully with the Keene Police Department and the Keene Health Department regarding this matter. We have strict food safety protocols and recall procedures in place, and we're reviewing our security measures and our procedures to further safeguard our store and customers. However, during the police investigations into the incident, authorities found numerous additional videos of Tedford committing the same act over a 4-year period. At this time, it appears likely that similar historic incidents occurred in Keene and surrounding communities where Tedford contaminated items and or surfaces with urine, as several videos appear to be recorded as early as 2021. And as a result of this incident, the Monadnock Food Co-op sustained an estimated financial loss of more than $1,500 in destroyed merchandise and cleaning costs. Tedford was arrested on Friday by the Keene Police Department and charged with criminal mischief as a Class B felony, authorities confirmed. She was subsequently released on her personal recognizance bail and is scheduled for arraignment April 7th at the 8th Circuit Court in Keene. The investigation is ongoing, and police said that additional criminal charges are possible. So I'm going to go and try to get a little more information from social media and see where we are. Let's put Miss Kelly Tedford. Kelly Tedford. Well, Miss Kelly. Here's her Facebook. Huh. All right. She's got a couple of different Facebooks. Yeah. Probably an out and out. Okay. That's another one. She's literally got 1, 2, 3, at least 4 Facebooks that I see, maybe more. Because a lot of people haven't caught on to the fact that oh, hold on, we do have some. Let's see. She was busted filming herself peeing on merchandise. Let's see what we can learn. What is wrong with you, a digital influencer? If I shop for my family's food in that store, I would be suing the store and Kelly's parents. That's sick. Where are the snacks available so we can stay really far away? I hope she goes to jail. Someone said content creator in laughing faces. Posted on OnlyFans, LOL. Sometimes I have to go in a hurry, but I will spare your clothes though. Okay, so she was doing this on an OnlyFans? Is that what we're seeing here? Let's see what we see here. She got a PR bond after that. Hopefully her content gets enough views and then maybe some victims could sue her. Wherever she lives, they should not allow her in their stores and all the surrounding towns too. I'm not sharing this due to idiot copycats. Don't tell me this isn't any others out there wanting attention no matter the cost. One sick individual that absolutely needs some serious counseling. Da 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 da. Well, now you're famous, sicko. Everyone knows who you are and what you look like. She should be sitting in jail for her disgusting acts. The judge should be made to eat or use whatever she urinated on. She should not have been let out of jail. No justice system whatsoever. No punishment. So gross. I'm hoping the company will sue her for the loss of product, and I'm sure this company will face backlash from it. She needs to be tested for any diseases that can be passed through urine. What is wrong with people? Some people have absolutely no respect for others and others' belongings. Get a life and get a job. To take up the time it takes to think of such horrible, stupid things you do. Attention seekers are disrespectful and rude. Disgusting. Hold her accountable. Anybody that got sick needs to sue her. She should have to stay in jail eating toasted oats covered in urine. She should have to tell every potential employer what she did before they hire her as part of her sentence, and tell them why she posted her urinating on grocery store foods and videotaped it. This should be something she regrets and realizes that just wasn't worth the likes. Someone said that's piss poor behavior and gross. What is wrong with people? I'm not sure why she wasn't reported years ago when she did this. Surely if someone saw the videos they found. There also should be charges for people already consuming. Assault. Her parents must be so proud. WTF is wrong with people, kids today. This is disgusting, plain and simple. Sickening. I think I saw her do this once. She may have had a catheter or a diaper on forever. What? I can't even imagine what we didn't see her do. What the heck are you talking about? You saw her do it. Where? Why didn't you report it? Don't blame this nasty hobby on your parents, young lady. I hope you're banned from every grocery stop on earth. Gross. She needs psychiatric help. Yep, a psych evaluation for this one, but she deserves to go to jail and pay restitution plus probation. Why would she get a PR bond when she's a threat to the public? She gets out without having to pay bail? Nasty. How disgusting. That's nasty. Disgusting. WTF. Sick. What a sick chick. No bond. There's a very little justice in our country. SMH. Gross. Gross, 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 gross. Okay. Warning, warning, warning. Let me see. There's a lot of let's see. They were posted to an internet site. Come on, we all know what site she was selling on. And as a former Utahn living here in New Hampshire, it's wild. I heard it here first. Okay, let's see. Why didn't someone report her long ago? This is disgusting. She needs to be locked up for a long time. No way of knowing. I bet that site was, and they put Corn Hub. Somebody put urine, big trouble now. Let's see. She worked at Krusty Krab. Some people will pay big money for that. A very disturbed individual. Okay. All right. So gross, right? Gross. So our New Hampshire people, Jen Grill, I hope you're not near that. You know what's going on there, huh? Videos dating back to 2021. Okay. Crazy. Not good. Okay, so she's all over there. Lots of comments, lots and lots of comments. Dating back 4 years. All right, next up, we're going to talk about the okay. This guy right here who looks like somebody. I don't know who it is. Let me put him over there. Let me get knocked out. Let me get up again. There we go. Okay, so the U.S. Supreme Court has thrown out the murder conviction of an Oklahoma death row inmate, Richard Glossip. It's like gossip with an L in front of it. Glossip. And ordered a new trial, citing errors made by prosecutors during his initial trial. The 5-3 decision was made Tuesday, February 25th, with Justice Sonia Sotomayor writing, in her majority opinion, we conclude that the prosecution violated its constitutional obligation to correct false testimony. We reverse the judgment below and remand the case for a new trial. Glossip, who has always maintained his innocence in the 1997 killing of his boss, Barry Van Tress, has been behind bars for decades and had 9 scheduled execution dates. He was found guilty of ordering the fatal beating of Tresse, the owner of an Oklahoma motel where Glossip was a handyman. Glossip's alleged accomplice, Justin Sneed, told authorities he was hired by Glossip and offered $10,000 to kill Barry Van Tress. After striking a plea deal, Sneed received a sentence of life in prison without parole, while Glossip was sentenced to death. In its decision, the Supreme Court said prosecutors failed to correct Sneed's false testimony and did not disclose his psychiatric condition. This court added that prosecutors destroyed evidence and withheld witness statements. Because of Sneed's testimony was the only direct evidence of Glossip's guilt of capital murder, the jury's assessment of Sneed's credibility was necessarily determinative here, Sotomayor said in her opinion. A new trial date has not been set. Glossip's attorney Don Knight called the decision a victory for justice and fairness in a judicial system in a statement cited by ABC News. Rich Glossip, who has maintained his innocence for 27 years, will now be given the chance to have the fair trial he has always been denied, Knight said. Okay, so let's look at this case and what he is. Okay, so Richard Glossip. Okay. So let's see. In 2022, he said his spirit is completely unbroken. He said, listen, I'm not mad at anyone, and I'm not going to let this ruin my spirit. I dance in my cell. I sing, I paint, I write poetry. My situation's difficult, but I'm not going to let it get me down. The only day we have is today. After the High Court's decision, Glossip's attorney Don Knight said, we are very grateful to the U.S. Supreme Court for doing the right thing and stopping Richard Glossip's unlawful execution. There is nothing more harrowing than the thought of executing a man who the state now admits has never received a fair trial. Thankfully, for the time being, Mr. Glossip is out of peril. Our hope is now that the court will reverse the decision of the Oklahoma Court of Criminal Appeals and vacate Mr. Glossip's conviction once and for all. All right, let me see here. Okay, so next we will go to, we did bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. I have some other stories, but let's go to the ones that we need to do first. Then we'll go to the other ones, right? Let's go to the ones we don't want any clickbait or anything. Want to do what we've come here to do. So we're going to talk about Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni now. Let's do that. And then I've got some other stories for you. All right, so let's go. Let's go. Okay, so there's quite a few updates, okay? So the battle between these two, oh, hold on, let me get their graphic up. We need a graphic of these two. Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively. So, here we go. The battle between these two, they start in It Ends With Us. And that's a book that Baldoni bought the rights to. He was producing and directing and doing everything for this movie. And then, we've gone over this. Blake started to come in. Then she started to accuse him of a bunch of stuff. Then it looked like, oh, wow, she, had experienced all this. But then it looked like she was lying. And it's just been going back and forth, right? So now the battle revolves around questions of harassment, consent, celebrity, and the rules of warfare over one's public image. So it's a little surprise that it's become chum for online content creators. Could get worse. Okay, we've seen a lot of people covering it the same way Amber Heard and Johnny Depp kind of thing, okay? At the outset of the litigation, Blake Lively has asked a judge to keep certain information confidential and away from the armchair legal commentators of TikTok and YouTube. Blake doesn't like us. Okay, so she is suing Baldoni for sexual harassment and retaliation, while Baldoni and his Wayfarer Studios allies are suing her and her husband Ryan Reynolds for defamation. Last week, Blake Lively sought a protective order to maintain the privacy of financial data, health records, and other personal information, some of which involves other high-profile individuals. Baldoni's lawyers responded Tuesday saying they would agree to a standard protective order but not to the heightened layer of secrecy demanded by Blake Lively's team. In the process, they alluded to Lively's tarnished image, and they took a swipe at Reynolds, saying it was inappropriate for him to make a joke about the situation at the Saturday Night Live 50th anniversary special. In their own response on Tuesday afternoon, Lively's lawyers argued that Baldoni's response shows exactly why a protective order is needed. They note the existence of certain online content creators who frequently parrot the Wayfarer Parties line. As examples, they cited Perez Hilton and Candace Owens and noted that Hilton and Baldoni have both been represented by attorney Brian Friedman. They also argued that such online discussion influences media coverage of the case to Lively's disadvantage. The travels of the mischaracterization embraced by the opposition through this manufactured echo chamber by itself provides ample justification for a protective order that establishes adequate protections for third-party privacy interests, Lively's side wrote. While they were at it, Lively's attorney also availed themselves of the opportunity to get in a few digs at Baldoni and his attorney, saying they had displayed callous disregard and disrespect for a woman advocating for the most basic workplace protections against sexual harassment. As her attorneys also noted, a protective order is standard and is expected in even the most mundane civil litigation. The two sides are at odds over the proper scope of Lively's subpoenas to phone carriers. Both sides have alleged that they and their allies have received violent threats as a result of the litigation. Crazy. All right, let's see. So we are going to go back over here. All right. Florida single mother of two is a road rage shooting victim, and she had so much life to live. She looks like somebody I know. Looks like an actor. So Joann Park Garner was celebrating her 48th birthday on February 22nd with her daughter, Marilee Lewis, who was 19, when they were victims of a road rage shooting. Single mom was fatally shot in front of her daughter during a road rage incident in Panama City, Florida, on Saturday. I think somebody told me about this. I remember something about Panama City, Florida. And somebody told me, where was I on Saturday? Because I was somewhere and somebody told me this. Oh yeah, I was that the Globetrotters? No, that was Sunday. Okay, then maybe I heard about it Sunday. Joann Park Garner was celebrating her 48th birthday and Mardi Gras with her... Oh yeah, what happened to Mardi Gras this year? I didn't hear anything about that. Mardi Gras with her daughter Marilee Lewis on Saturday when they were engaged in a road rage incident with Jabal Simmons, 23, and Ivy Bella Encino, 21. Encino and Simmons allegedly became angry over a traffic dispute and verbally harassed Garner and Lewis. The incident allegedly escalated into a brief physical altercation. between Lewis and Encino before both parties separated and returned to their vehicles. Simmons allegedly shot the mother and daughter 11 times, striking Garner and Lewis in the chest and hitting an uninvolved vehicle. The two other occupants in Garner's car. Hang on a moment. What is going on here with this? In Garner's car did not have a prior connection to Simmons or Encino. Here's the people that did this. Something's really messed up because this is way too big, way too big. Police officers responded to calls around 4:15 p.m. and one nearby officer chased Encino's car, which had fled the scene. Encino then rammed a patrol unit, disabling both vehicles. She was taken into custody without further incident. Encino was charged with accessory to murder, aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer, aggravated fleeing, eluding law enforcement, and driving with a suspended or revoked license. Simmons fled on foot but was taken into custody a short distance away. He was charged with murder, 3 counts of attempted murder, 2 counts of firing into an occupied vehicle, discharging a firearm from a vehicle, tampering with evidence, and resisting officers without violence. Once officers arrived on the scene, Garner and Lewis were both suffering from gunshot wounds, and nearby witnesses, sorry so much, I've got to administered first aid before the EMS arrived. The victims were transported to a local hospital shortly after their arrival. Garner succumbed to her injuries. Lewis is still in the ICU per GoFundMe. She remains on a ventilator. Oh my gosh. She's okay. That's crazy. And is fighting for her life and still has a long recovery. The donation page was created to raise funds for medical bills, funeral expenses, and legal assistance. It said the world lost a beautiful soul. That day, Joann truly had a smile that would light up a room. Her eyes twinkled when she laughed and glittered when she snorted. She was taken from us far too quickly. Along with additional information, anyone with information, contact Panama City Police Department, 850-872-3100. That's terrible. Let me make sure you guys are still here. Is everybody still here? Okay, you guys are here. Sad, right? Okay. What's going on here? Richard Glossip. She thought that was funny, right? Yeah. Trying to catch up on some of the stuff you have here. I can't figure this out. Still here, some left. Some left. Who left? Who left? Nobody left. A days, still here a days. What? People are so angry nowadays. Oh, nowadays. Okay, gotcha. Got you. Okay. You have Sky Puppy Dog asleep under your arm. Okay. All right, let me go. back over here. There's some other stories I want to talk about. This is a really, 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 really horrible thing. Horrible. Did you hear about this? An American teenager accused of throwing an infant out of a Paris hotel window was on a gap year trip. An American teenager was arrested in Paris after she allegedly threw a newborn out of a hotel window, and she was in France as part of a gap year program. The 18-year-old, who has not been publicly named, is accused of throwing the newborn from a second-floor window of a Paris hotel on Monday, February 24th. The newborn was taken to the hospital but did not survive. Isn't that terrible? The prosecutor's office said, adding that it had opened an investigation into the homicide of a minor. The woman was reportedly on a trip through a Massachusetts-based international cultural program. EF Gap Year, which coordinates international education programs across 12 countries, including Switzerland, Italy, and France, confirmed the teenager was in France as part of their cohort. We are deeply shocked and saddened by this tragic event, and our thoughts are with everyone affected during this difficult time, the organization said in an emailed statement. Details surrounding the circumstance of the incident are sparse. The baby was reportedly attached to its umbilical cord and wrapped in a cloth when it was found. Now, is this her baby? Is this her baby? The body was found after it had been moved to a trash can nearby. The U.S. Embassy in Paris did not immediately respond for comments. We are deeply saddened to learn of the recent tragedy involving the loss of a young life, said the embassy. Now, it's probably that it was her baby and she just threw it out the window. After she gave birth to it, it still had the umbilical cord attached to it and she threw it out the window. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, here's another thing that you can't even believe, okay? To get back at her estranged husband, she killed her 2 kids with a meat cleaver. Yep. Arizona, mother, 44 years old, was convicted of first-degree murder, child abuse, and disorderly conduct. She's accused of killing her 2 children with a meat cleaver. On Monday, February 24th, Yui Inouye, I can't even pronounce her name, was found guilty of first-degree murder, child abuse, and disorderly conduct in connection with the 2021 deaths of her 9-year-old daughter, Mia, and 7-year-old son, Kai. I think I remember covering this when this happened. The 44-year-old mother was not in Maricopa County Court when her verdict was read. She waived her right to be present during the trial. Prosecutors argued that the mother killed her children in an act of revenge against her husband after a heated argument about money she demanded from him amid their divorce. On May 15, 2021, the husband left and called the Tempe police, who responded to the home. The officers noted minimal damage to the apartment and said that the children were asleep. However, later that day, when police returned to the same Tempe, Arizona home to check on the children, they found a bloody scene. The search was prompted by the mother, who drove to a Tempe Police Department substation and told an officer that she had heard voices telling her to kill her children. Prosecutors added she had a meat cleaver with her. According to police, the mother said at the time that she went to bed and woke up early that morning with blood on her hands and arms, and that her 2 children were dead and bloody near the bedroom doorway. When police arrived at the scene, they found the children dead, with their bodies under a blanket and boxes, which appeared to have been used minimally to conceal them. Police previously said in a statement that the children had some multiple cuts and amputations consistent with a violent attack and with defensive wounds. Prosecutors argued the mother carefully planned the murders, while her defense team contended that the mother didn't have enough strength to commit the murders and said there were no eyewitnesses to the slayings. Mia and Kai were sleeping soundly in their beds when their own mother came into their room holding a knife, the prosecutor said, a meat cleaver that is literally designed to cut the bones of animals. And she attacked them with it. She had to think, she had to act, and there's nothing unclear or speculative about any of that. Prior to the murders, she had been investigated by Arizona Department of Child Services for alleged neglect, according to records. While the investigation did not find evidence to remove the children from the home, it was still open at the time of their deaths. Crazy, crazy. Okay, and here's the other one I wanted to talk about. Make this bigger. Okay, so here, detectives are investigating a brutal murder of a Utah grandmother in 1991. They were perplexed when they found Lego pieces that were scattered in the entryway of her home, on her living room floor and in the driveway. Lucille Johnson, 78, kept toys in her holiday home for her grandchildren, but would never leave them lying on the floor like they were when she was found, family members told police. The investigation came after Johnson's daughter found her mother bludgeoned to death inside her home on February 1st of 1991. The attack left her with a fractured skull and 24 broken ribs and numerous blows to the head. The killer covered her bloody face with a pillow. No one had any idea who would want to murder her, because she was known for her kindness. Just before her murder, Johnson had visited a neighbor who was in the hospital and brought food to another neighbor who was sick. For years, the case was cold. Then, more than 20 years later, clues found on the plastic Lego pieces detectives found at Johnson's house helped catch the killer. In 2013, detectives used advances in DNA technology to take a closer look at the unsolved crime. DNA testing revealed that residue found under Johnson's nails belonged to John Sansing. Then came a chilling revelation about the Lego pieces. While in that home, it is clear that Miss Sansing bludgeoned Lucille to death, Mr. Sansing, leaving his 5-year-old apparently in the living room to play Legos. Salt Lake City Sheriff Jim Winder said at a news conference at the time. On those Legos were the fingerprints of Mr. Sansing's juvenile son. Sansing was charged with first-degree murder in connection to Johnson's death. He was already a death row inmate in Arizona after admitting to murdering and R-ing a woman in 1998. Sansing and his wife, Kara Kay Sansing, tied up, stabbed, and beat a woman named Elizabeth Calabrese, who brought the family food from a church pantry. Calabrese, the mother of 2 children, became unconscious when she was struck in the head with a club, Kara testified. She was conscious when Sansing R-ed her. She said she was then fatally stabbed. The Sansing's 4 children were home when Calabrese was killed, and they witnessed some of the murder, police said. Kara was sentenced to life in prison, according to AZ Central. Occasionally, we encounter people who are evil. The individual who perpetrated this is nothing short of that. When you hear the details of this particular case, you will see that this individual is barely human. Barely human. Barely human. Okay, so barely human. Barely human. Hold on a minute. I'm going to get a drink and I'm going to be right there. I'm going to get a drink. Just give me a second. Hold on. Where's my cup? Here it is. Oh my goodness. Hold on a moment. I know what's going on. I've got to warm my drink up. Hold on. Hold on. Please hold on. And I'm going to have a banana. Isn't that nice? I'm going to warm my drink up. So, I have a candle burning too. I was going to do a cricket craft. And I was looking for one to do. But I'll see what I'm going to do. What do you have? You hanging on? Okay. Scooter, where are you? What happened to Scooter? Scooter! Where is Scooter? You can't even talk to the animals. Oh, you can. Okay. You know what? I'm on a little early, and that's the problem. I'm trying to come on a little earlier, but I noticed that we get our audience a little later. Scooter's just having breakfast. That's my drink. Hold on. Everybody's discombobulated today, I think. They don't know whether it's winter or spring. I know it's definitely winter. Even though it's a little bit warmer, it's not warm by any means, and we're not seeing any sun. And I've got lots of stuff going on. And got some new stuff going on, just new good stuff. That's always good, right? Gotta make my son another birthday cake because we got sick, remember? And we didn't get to have that cake. Now I've got to make him another one. Yeah, she was here before, but she's probably going to want to watch that. Gosh, this is so hot. I can't drink this now. Why? How? What do you mean you can barely hear me? Am I low for anyone else? Can anyone say that they can barely hear me? Scooter says she can't hear me anymore. Am I low for anyone else? Is that better? Is that better? She keeps saying she can't hear me. Scooter, did you ever think it might be? Scooter, why can't you hear me? You can hear me and you're deaf. Okay. She's using it as an excuse to walk away. She's just a walk away Joe. Okay. Let's go try to find something else to talk about. Todd Mullis. Todd Mullis. What are you doing, Todd Mullis? Let's see what Mr. Mullis is up to, huh? Mr. Mullis, Mr. Mullis. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Okay, so here's what's going on. It says on November 10th of 2018, Amy Mullis died on the family farm. Without ever conducting a thorough examination of the scene, police immediately on day one rushed to judgment and claimed that a murder had occurred. Well, his own defense team did as well. I'm reading a very biased site now. I'm going to let you know that. I'm reading a free Todd Mullis site. Even though no forensic evidence linked Todd to the death of his wife, and even though there was a witness who confirmed to police that Todd was with him the entire time, his son, and he didn't say the entire time, making it impossible for him to have killed his wife. No, it wasn't impossible. Still, the police claimed that it was murder and chose Todd to be their number one suspect. And then we say, well, who else did it? Who else did it? Give us another scenario here, right? Oh, no, she fell like that? I don't think so. Several months after Amy's death, the police arrested Todd. His 3 young children were taken away from him, and he remained in jail because of the excessive and unattainable request for $5 million cash bail. At the trial, not only did prosecutors fail to ensure Todd received a fair trial. Oh, hold on. Let me get Todd's picture up here. Hold on, guys. I got to get Todd's picture up here, so everybody knows we're talking about Todd Mullis. Todd Mullis. Todd Mullis. Todd. There we go. Now. So here's what they're saying. Shockingly, the first words spoken by Todd's attorney in his opening statement to the jury was, "Good morning, folks. I agree with some of the state has just mentioned to you in the opening. The evidence is much along the lines of what you've just heard." But the evidence was not along the lines of what was just heard. The attorney failed to effectively represent Todd and advocate for him and his rights, and they should have. Todd did not murder his wife. Todd was a hard worker, a loving and faithful husband, and a father who became a victim of bad policing, a shoddy investigation, and even worse, an overzealous prosecutors and law enforcement agents thirsty for convictions in order to further their career ambitions of becoming a judge. How much do you want to bet this is not written by one of his, hopefully, somebody maybe that's just wanting to become his new wife? Right, Todd? Is this for your little ladies who are writing to you? I bet you they're doing this for you, right? Love me, Todd. Love me. I'll get you out. I'll get you free. I'll set out this website for you and everything. I love you. You didn't kill your wife. You're a great guy. I'd love to have you for my husband. Okay. No, none. Okay. Shoddy investigation. Thirsty for convictions in order to further their career ambitions. Becoming a judge or a sheriff. The justice system failed Todd horribly. And as our country's founding fathers once said, it's better than 100 guilty persons go free than one innocent person suffer. We hope you'll join us in the fight for Todd's freedom and justice. 100% of the proceeds will be used towards Todd's defense. Okay, so here's the timeline for Todd. November 10th, 2018, Amy Mullis died. February 28th, 2019, Todd Mullis was arrested. See, it's always around the anniversary they have the stuff. It's so weird. September 23rd, 2019, he was convicted of first-degree murder. Convicted of first-degree murder. He had a fast trial, huh? Court of Appeals heard the arguments over the conviction on January 19, 2022. And on February 16, 2022, Todd's appeal was denied. On April 6, 2023, he put in an application for post-conviction relief. Filed. Let's see what else we have. All right. Where's all your documents? How come you don't have your documents, Todd, here? They don't have your documents. It's not like the Scott Peterson site where they put all the relative information. The ladies, tell the ladies, they got to do better than this. Tell your stands. Your stands. Okay. His stands. It's in Brentwood, Tennessee. Justice needed for a wrongfully convicted farmer. Okay, so yeah, I'm not buying any of that, Todd. So sorry. So sorry. And my prediction, Todd, is you're going to stay right where you are. I think so. Okay. All right. Todd Mullis. All right, let's go over here and see what this says here. The hearing is expected to last several days. It's open to the public. He's asking for a new trial. His post-conviction relief hearing started Monday. Yes, we know. Okay. We know. All right. I don't think, I really don't think he's going to get anything. So let's go to something else. A woman who was hurt on a Harry Potter ride. A woman who was hurt on a Harry Potter ride.
Federal workers.
Oh my gosh.
To explain.
Be quiet with these ads. We don't want your silly ads. Too many ads. Get us alone. All right, let's see here. What was I doing? I was looking for the lady that was on the ride, but now... Uh-oh. FDNY said 9 injured after a New York City subway station filled with smoke. Oh boy. A SWAT team raided the wrong Denver apartment and traumatized 2 young girls. There's a lawsuit now. Wow. That's something. Right? That is certainly something. Texas measles outbreak grows to 124 cases. National parks. Let me see here. American national parks and other federal lands are in danger of falling into disrepair. Oh no. That's not good. That's not good. National Park Service has been stretched thin. Okay. Tourists could experience long lines to get into the parks. Oh no, Wally. Okay, let's see what else we have. Every planet of our solar system is lining up in the February night sky. All right. Thousands of dolphins swim together in California's Monterey Bay. That sounds interesting. Asteroid 2024 YR4 is no longer a threat, guys. Great. Now you can stop worrying about that thing, okay? You don't have to worry about it. And I'm sorry that you spent 20 years worrying about it. McDonald's is launching a $1 breakfast in order to celebrate 50 years of morning menu, guys. So McDonald's is going to have... Here you go. This is going to be... special on March 2nd, guys. March 2nd. National Egg McMuffin Day is on March 2nd. Has it always been that day? To get one for $1 in the app. Yeah, I guess you have to have the app and you have to get one for $1, an Egg McMuffin. All right, an Egg McMuffin. An Egg McMuffin. I wouldn't eat them, but you're welcome to it. I only eat scrambled eggs. Okay, let's go. Or omelets. That's just the way I am, but if you'd like one. The National Egg McMuffin Day is March 2nd, and McDonald's is offering customers an Egg McMuffin or a sausage McMuffin with egg breakfast sandwich for just $1. Available exclusively through the McDonald's app. Plus, guys, from March 3rd through March 30th, customers can enjoy a buy one, get one free sausage McMuffin with egg when ordering on the McDelivery in the app. For the first time, McDonald's Renowned bagel sandwiches, a classic bacon, egg, and cheese, or steak, egg, and cheese, will have expanded availability on menus nationwide. Yes, 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 yes. McDonald's also announced that participating New York locations will offer fresh Krispy Kreme donuts on the McCafe menu for the first time, joining other major cities like Chicago, Cleveland, Indianapolis, Pittsburgh, Louisville, Kentucky by the end of the year. Well, what's wrong with that? Kentucky's not a city. No, not good. Not good. Okay. By the end of 2025, more than half of all McDonald's U.S. restaurants will offer the sweet treat. So guess what? They're going to have Krispy Kreme donuts? That is crazy. That is crazy. All right. I'm sorry, guys. I just saw something that was really, really, really important, and now I just lost it. Okay, let me go to the other. We're going to find something really fun to talk about. Remember I used to just find fun things to talk about, and I used to find just like an obscure true crime thing to talk about. We would just talk and talk to anybody there, and there'd be all these people there just listening. The Starbucks pink drink, is that the one that Jodi Arias said she always got? I think it is. I believe it is. And she said, oh, I always know that because I always got one of those. Because they said, oh, you know exactly what you had that. And she's like, yes, because I always get one of those. I don't know if it was this one. I don't know. But they say that you've got to know about this. There's something undeniably special about a visit to Starbucks. One phenomenon, anemone, it's a phenomenon. You're a phenom. You're a phenomenon. Okay. Anon. Remember that thing from Sesame Street? Amon. Remember we had a business guy, his name was Anon, and my friend did that thing from Sesame Street, and she's like, Anon. Okay, sorry. One such phenomenon is the pink drink, the beverage that has transcended its origin. I just remembered like this. Oh my gosh, my mind is really going ADHD on crack tonight. Missy Gold, one of the Gold sisters, Tracy Gold's sister, when she played in that thing with her mother who had the babies for her. I just had something, wow, that was crazy. It just came to my head, and I was just sitting in my mother's living room in New Jersey. I know, it's just nuts. All right, never mind. If it's your first time tuning in, hang on. It's not always like this. It's better. Okay, so this beverage that has transcended its origins as a secret menu item to become a viral sensation on Instagram, which adds an extra touch of beauty to Starbucks. Named for its alluring color, the drink not only pleases the eye, but it also delights the taste buds. The pink drink had its own remarkable evolution and impact from humble beginnings as a hidden gem to something that was cherished by loyal enthusiasts to its current status as a core menu option. Okay, so what is it, right? What is it? Tell us what it is, please. It was a favorite secret menu recipe. Great. Now tell us more, please. Please. Tell us. Freeze-dried strawberries play a starring role. If you particularly enjoy freeze-dried strawberry element, you'll love the You have the option to ask for more scoops to be added. Baristas will happily include as many as you desire. However, it's important to note that adding too many may result in large clumps of berries, making the drink more challenging to enjoy. Okay, but what is it? Why don't you tell us what it is, though? They use coconut milk, strawberry inclusions, and ice baristas, and they incorporate strawberry acai refresher liquid to the base of the pink drink. Okay, you're not giving me enough information about this. I'm so sorry. Opting for vanilla sweet cold foam imparts a smoothness. Come on, people. I don't want to talk about this anymore. It just makes me angry. Pink. Oh, it comes in a bottle, too. You can buy it as a ready-to-drink beverage. Yeah, how many calories does this thing have? What is it made from? Okay, here we go. It has 35 milligrams of caffeine. A grande has 45, and a venti has 75. A 30, which is 31 ounces, provides 90 milligrams of caffeine. Okay, the caffeine levels are higher than Starbucks brewed tea offerings, but lower than the average cup of coffee. They're not even telling us. They're not even telling us. Hello? Is it me? All right, let's see. 410. Okay, hold on. While comparing the pink drink to other beverages on the menu, such as the white chocolate macadamia and cream cold brew with up to 240 calories or a cafe vanilla frappuccino with a whopping 410 calories, the pink drink stands out as the lighter option. Considering the overall experience and flavor profile, the pink drink contains 190 calories and significantly fewer calories than the indulgent strawberries and cream frappuccino. Maybe is that the one she would get, Joey Arias? Which packs 370 calories. Okay. Oh my goodness. United Airlines jet carrying 182 makes an emergency landing. Is this another one? Because oh my goodness gracious, it is. What is going on? Usually it's safer to fly after like stuff has happened, but there's just stuff keeps happening. A Newark, New Jersey to Las Vegas flight was forced to return to Newark, New Jersey airport Tuesday due to an unexplained concern with the aircraft. United Airlines Flight 1544 took off from Newark Liberty International Airport at about 6 a.m. After about an hour, the plane returned to the airport. United Flight 1544 to Las Vegas returned to Newark Liberty International Airport to address a possible mechanical issue. The flight landed safely and all passengers deplaned normally at the gate. We have arranged for a different aircraft to take our customers to Las Vegas this morning. Newark has been the site of two previous United Airlines flights that made emergency stops on January 18th and January 25th. What's going on with United? The plane in Tuesday's incident was a Boeing 757-200. The plane had 176 passengers and 6 crew members. The incident comes on the heels of multiple incidents impacting airlines. On Monday, a Delta Airlines jet that had taken off from Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport was forced to return to Atlanta after what was called a haze. A haze filled the passenger cabin. Passenger Kristen Morris said the plane had only been in the air for 5 to 10 minutes when the haze began. A few of us passengers started to question why or what was going on. People started screaming, "Smoke! Smoke! Smoke!" We were in the air for about 20 minutes and it seemed to take a while before we landed, she said. No injuries were reported. Passengers evacuated the plane without an incident, and last month a United Boeing 784-8 flying from Nigeria to Washington, D.C. was forced to return to Nigeria due to what was being called a technical issue. An unexpected mid-air jolt led to 6 passengers being injured. Earlier this month, Delta Airlines plane crashed and flipped upside down, bursting into flames while landing in Toronto. Bursting into flames? I didn't know that it bursted into flames. What are we talking about? When did it burst into flames? I never heard that about that one. What? Oh, guess what's really closing? Joann's. Joann's is closing. You know how they always said, oh, Joann's is closing, Michael's is closing, da-da-da-da, da-da-da. Joann's is really closing. Joann's is closing. Okay, let's see. Joann's is going out of business with the more than 80-year-old fabric and crafts retailer is set to close all of its stores nationwide after filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection for a second time. I don't know. Joann's has kind of been like, surprised AC Moore went out of business before Joann's, because Joann's is kind of like really stuck in the past, right? Like their stores, at least the ones like that I've been to, are like really kind of old. They're like old in and out, like, you know what I mean? Like just the whole thing of it. And then like sometimes they have like really good sales, sometimes not. Like it's, so you have a little placard and they're like, oh, this is 40% off, this is 30% off. But I don't know, they have like one cashier. It's, I don't know. They needed like an infusion of something, okay? And they didn't get it. And you know what? There's probably not a lot of crafty people left. I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows? Do you know that if there? Who knows? Maybe there are. A lot of people buying online. A lot of people buying. Did you cause it? I don't know. Whatever. But they're going out of business. Struggling with weak sales. Though I did get my first fabric that I used to do those Mod Podge fabric decoupage chairs, that they're still looking at them in my blog now. It's still something that people keep coming back to. That I do, and I remember fondly of being in Joann's. Isn't that weird? Like I can remember exactly the aisle where I was in what store when I got that one thing. Like that's just for me. It's Joann's. Okay, sorry, just sorry. After failing to find a buyer that would keep its stores open, the fabrics outlet said that all Joann locations will close. I wonder if they can have a big giant liquidation like they did with AC Moore. At the time, the company said it faced significant and lasting challenges in the retail environment, which, coupled with our current financial position and constrained inventory levels, have forced us to take this step. A Joann spokesperson this week said in a statement that it made every possible effort to pursue a more favorable outcome that would keep the company in business. The retailer previously sought Chapter 11 protection in March of 2024. After briefly emerging from court supervision, it again declared bankruptcy in January. Financial Services GA Group, along with Joann's lenders, have acquired the retail's assets. The new owners are conducting going out of business sales at all remaining store locations starting immediately, with sales being held on Joann's website. Some sales will begin immediately, and store closure dates will be announced over the company's website and app. Customer gift cards are valid through February 25th. If you have a gift card to Joann's, you better get your little butt out there and using it. It's going to be not valid after February 28th, guys. You've got 2 days. Move. Fabrics, yarn, sewing supplies, and machines, home decor already marked down across the website. And like many other large brick and mortar retailers with a sizable retail footprint, Joann's has long struggled to compete with online competitors. So, yeah, there you go. Senior. What's a senior SUV? What is a senior SUV? A senior SUV? Huh. Okay, I don't know. Hold on a minute. I want to say something. I used to constantly get emails from Joann's and Michael's. Joann's, Michael's. I felt like they were like old boyfriends or something. I was like, stop it. They would never stop with the dang emails. It's like, I don't even want to sign up for an email if you're going to harass me like this, okay? I don't care about it. Leave me alone. I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound like that. But it was harassing. Okay. So, buttons on a shirt. I'm just checking this out. So they said, oh, everything is on sale on the website. Doesn't look so much like that, you know? I'm just trying to see. It actually says sailing clearance 0. What? What, you guys? And it doesn't have anything. You go to something and it's like there's nothing there. So I don't know what they're doing. Let me see. Oh, here we go. So let me tell you about the sales. Let me tell you about my best friend. So say they have a sewing machine that was $199, it's $169. They do have some that were $469 down to $259. But people tell best friend. I'm just looking to tell you if there's something like really, like, you've got to run till your daddy takes it. No, not seeing. Okay, so yeah, don't worry about it. You're not missing much, I don't think. Okay, back on track. Let's see. What do you want to do now? Now we're going to go look for something else. Told you about the planes. I've told you about the trains. I haven't told you about the trains. Okay. Oh boy, there's a massive methane leak. And it's worse than we feared. What's that about? Here we go. Here's the picture. We've got a leak, Houston. Right there. It's massive methane gas. A newly discovered source. I cannot talk today. A newly discovered source of methane emissions is adding to growing concerns about climate change, as scientists reveal that melting glaciers are leaking large amounts of this potent greenhouse gas, while methane, people are going to think I'm on drugs, while methane, oh my gosh. While methane is already known to be a major driver of global warming, the revelation that this glacial meltwater is flushing out geologic methane introduces a previously unaccounted for source of emissions. The discovery suggests that glaciers continue to retreat. The methane releases could intensify which could contribute to climate change in ways that scientists have not anticipated. Well, then how come we're having like the coldest winter on record? I know. Let's see. So what are we doing now? What's going to happen? When are we going to have spring? Can you tell me? No, you can't. You can't tell me about spring? The implications of this previously unknown methane source are alarming. Many of the world's largest glaciers are retreating at record speeds, meaning the amount of methane being released is likely to increase in the coming decades. Okay. Well, it doesn't sound like it's really life changing right away. I don't know, because I can't even get to you to say something in this article. Okay, so yeah, and my head is just not following you right now. Let's go see what else. Possible mac and cheese recall. These are being recalled. The recall is considered a Class 2 threat. Possible metal contamination, guys. Wasn't there a metal contamination thing that was in the blue box macaroni and cheese by Kraft? They said there was metal or something in it. We haven't eaten that in years because of that metal thing. It was right after that spokesperson, that homeless guy, came around. Yeah. The United States Food and Drug Administration has announced a recall of Foods, mac, and cheese bites. This product is being recalled because it may be contaminated with pieces of metal. Check your freezer. Okay, check your freezer. Check your freezer. It's a New York-based company. It's a voluntary recall of its gluten-free 3-cheese mac and cheese bites. The recalled product was sold at retailers nationwide, including Target, Whole Foods, Amazon Fresh, Wegmans, Sprouts, and regional grocery chains. The recall was recently labeled a Class 2 threat, the second most severe risk level. All right. Come on, guys. Get it out of your freezer. Let's look at something else. I want an interesting, something like really we can really sink our teeth into something, okay? Let's see what could be out there for us. What could be out there for us? A magnitude 5.3 earthquake triggers shaking felt as far as Washington. There's a deadly mystery disease rapidly spreading in the Congo. I think we've already heard about that. Oh, did you know that Roberta Flack died? I think she was 80-something. California landslides collapse homes. A deadly listeria outbreak linked to frozen supplemental shakes. Okay. Checks on 3 million people exposed in a U.S. data hack. Yeah. Hold on a minute, I'm gonna cough. Roberta Flack was 88 years old. She passed away yesterday. I meant to tell Linda this because I saw this, but yeah, the first time ever I saw your face. She was also Killing Me Softly, right? First time. Okay. So her signature voice and soulful interpretations of songs such as Killing Me Softly with his song I thought she was the first one to sing that song. Not her interpretation. I thought she was the crusader on that song. Catapulted her to the top of the charts. And see, I remember listening to that in our living room in this big, giant Zenith stereo. You know, the big one had a, yeah, I remember that. Anyway, it catapulted her to the top of the charts and influenced generations. She has died. She was 88 years old, legendary singer, died on Monday. No cause of death was shared. We are heartbroken that the glorious Roberta Flack passed away this morning, February 24th, 2025. She died peacefully, surrounded by her family. Roberta broke boundaries and records. She was a proud educator. She was diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, otherwise known as ALS. I didn't know that. Did you guys know that? That she had ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease? I didn't know that. I didn't even know that you would get diagnosed with that in your late 80s. In 2022, which resulted in the loss of her singing voice, her publicist said. She topped the charts in the 1970s with hits including The First Time Ever I Saw Your Face, Killing Me Softly with his song, Feel Like Making Love, Where's the Love, and The Closer I Get to You. The songstress was nominated for 14 Grammy Awards. She won 5, including a Lifetime Achievement Award. She was the first artist to win a Grammy Award for a Record of the Year in back-to-back years for The First Time Ever I Saw Your Face in 1973 and Killing Me Softly with his song in 1974. The latter would go on to top the charts again 3 decades later with a cover by the Fugees. Her influence looms over both R&B and indie bedroom pop. She was born in Black Mountain, North Carolina, into a musical family. Her mother was a church organist, and her father was a self-taught jazz pianist, a prodigy on the piano. She won a full music scholarship to Howard University, which she started attending at the age of 15. It was there that she would meet her close friend and collaborator, the late Donny Hathaway. Her initial goal wasn't to be a superstar songstress, but a classical concert pianist. My real ambition was to be a concert pianist and to play Schumann and Bach and Chopin and the Romantics. These were my guys. She taught in schools for several years before being discovered by Les McCann while performing jazz in Washington, D.C. nightclub, who helped her get an audition with the first label, Atlanta Records. Several years after singing with Atlanta, Clint Eastwood chose The First Time Ever I Saw Your Face from her 1969 debut album for the soundtrack to his 1971 film Play Misty for Me, bringing Flack to a more mainstream audience. Killing Me Softly helped cement her as a star. It was unexpected and breathtaking, she wrote in an email to The Guardian. The transition from my life in Washington as a teacher into this kind of attention was surreal. During the 1970s, Roberta Flack recorded duets regularly with Hathaway, including the hits Where's the Love and The Closer I Get to You, until his death in 1979. In the 1980s, she began working with Peabo Bryson, including on the hits single Tonight I Celebrate My Love, and also a hit debut with Maxi Priest with Set the Night to Music. On TV, she sang Together Through the Years, the theme song to the show Valerie, later known as The Hogan Family, which ran for 6 seasons. Later in her career, she released Let It Be, Roberta, a collection of Beatles covers in 2012. Her last album, Running, was released in 2018, and she retired from touring that same year. In 2020, she received a Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award, among other accolades. Berklee College of Music awarded her an honorary Doctor of Music degree in May of 2023. Her legacy extends beyond her music. In 2010, she founded the Roberta Flack Foundation, which supports music education. She was also a spokesperson for the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals with her song The First Time Ever I Saw Your Face, featured in a commercial for the organization. A long-time goal, she released a children's book, The Green Piano, How Little Me Found Music, in 2023, written with Tanya Bolden, and it paid homage to her musical start as a child. She practiced on an old upright piano that her father found in a junkyard and painted green for her. In the author's note, Flack urges readers, find your own green piano and practice relentlessly until you find your voice and a way to put that beautiful music into the world. The documentary, American Masters, Roberta Flack, released on PBS in January of 2023, celebrated the music industry icon. She understands an artist can offer us a voice when we can't find our own, capturing thoughts and range of emotions through the singing and her piano, says Antonio D'Ambrosio, the film's director, who wrote in an essay on the documentary. In her own words, Flack said she's always wanted to be true to herself. I didn't try to be a soul singer, a jazz singer, a blues singer, no category. She wrote, my music is my expression of what I feel and believe in a moment. She was married to jazz musician Steve Novosel from 66 to 72. She was the godmother of musician Bernard Wright, who died in May of 2022. Her niece is a retired professional ice skater, Rory Flack. She never had any children, huh? Isn't that interesting? I would have thought she did have children. I don't know. Interesting. I didn't know that. Rest in peace. And, wow. Okay, so let's see what else we got to this, because I was, Phyllis. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought they said something. Cloris Leachman, is she gone? Probably, right? I would think so. Okay. All right, let's see now what we're going to do, okay? 9 major U.S. malls are on the brink of closure. 9 majors. Southwest plane has a close call with a business jet while landing. Did we know of that one? I don't think we did, because it's 9 hours ago. A Southwest Airlines plane landed safely at Chicago Midway International Airport after a close call with a business jet that entered the runway without authorization. Yikes. Oh my goodness. What is going on? Those of you getting on a plane. Uh-oh, where'd you go? Where did you go? Here. Air traffic controllers could be heard telling the business jet to hold short and not cross the runway, but the jet did not follow instructions. Approximately 2,500 feet separated the planes before Southwest initiated its go-around. Nothing is more important to Southwest than the safety of our customers and employees. Wow, that is scary, right? Very scary. Don't do that. All right, let's see what else we've got now. All right. Dunkin' copies Starbucks and adds perk that customers love. What did they add? What did they add? Oh, major cruise line imposes new age restrictions and bad news for young travelers. That's what I wanted to see before and I couldn't get to it. Cruising. Here we go. Uh-oh. Where did you go, Joe? Hold on a minute, guys. I'm trying to get... Okay, I think I found it now. Here we go. Here's our graphic for that. I just wasn't sure when it was coming up. There it is. Okay. Stay there, please. Carnival and Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines just updated their passenger policies with new age restrictions, and they could affect travel plans for young holidaymakers. Travelers younger than 21. The legal drinking age in the country must be accompanied by a relative or a guardian. The guardian, however, does not have to be a legal guardian. Any underage guest attempting to book a trip will not be assigned their own stateroom. Without a chaperone who's over the age of 25, the age limit will be waived for children sailing with their parents or guardians in connecting staterooms. For underage married couples and for active duty military, Royal Caribbean's website reads, certain other restrictions and conditions will apply, such as compliance with the age 21 alcohol policy and proof of marriage for underage couples or proof of active duty military status required. Guests are required to be 21 years of age on embarkation day to travel on their own. Guests' ages will be verified. Guests not conforming to this policy will result in denied boarding and no compensation will be provided. Carnival's policy states guests 20 years or younger must travel with a relative or guardian 25 years or older. Okay, so there you go, guys. I know so many of you watching are under the age of 25, so be careful. Okay, let's see. An Indiana child discovers a signed Babe Ruth card in a new pack. Now, what does that mean? How is that even true, or how could that be true? Oh boy. Okay, let me see here. Do you know there's a Thin Mint Frosty at Wendy's? Did you guys know that? I didn't know that. The world's oldest Holocaust survivor dies in a Long Island nursing home at the age of 113. 113. Oh my goodness. That is crazy, 113. So you could live to 113, guys. You gotta really think about that. 113. Look at her, she looks great. And she was through horrific thing. 113. God bless. A Long Island woman believed to be the world's oldest survivor of the Holocaust has died at the age of 113. Rose Garoni, who once credited her longevity to dark chocolate, survived the Nazi horror of Kristallnacht, and her husband's time at a concentration camp to eventually move with her family to the States and thrive, her relatives said. She made the best of terrible situations. She was very level-headed, very commonsensical, says Gironi's daughter, Reha Benakasa. Gironi was born in the village of Janov in eastern Poland in 1912. And moved with her family as a child to Hamburg in northern Germany. In 1938, she married her first husband, German Jew Julius Mannheim, and the couple moved to the city, hold on, let me put my glasses on here so I can see this, of Breslau, Wrocław in Poland, just as the Nazis launched Kristallnacht and the infamous night of deadly violence against the Germany's Jews. She was 8 months pregnant when her husband was arrested by the Nazis and sent to Buchenwald concentration camp in 1939. My father was in a concentration camp when I was born, Benikasa said at her mother's 113th birthday celebration last month. Here was wow. They allowed my father to leave on the condition that we paid them and left within 6 weeks. The family was able to secure visas and fled to the Chinese city of Shanghai, which took in more than 20,000 Jewish refugees during World War II. There, Gironi took up knitting, a hobby that ultimately became her profession. Her profession, really. The family moved to the United States after the war in 1947, and she opened 2 knitting stores in Queens. Oh, wow, I wonder if my daughter's ever been there, where she was a beloved part of the local community. In the past decade, she has been living at the Bel Air Nursing and Rehabilitation Center in North Belmore, where she passed away peacefully Monday morning. Gironi is survived by her daughter, Benikasa, and a granddaughter, Gina. She always said the secret to her longevity is that she loves to eat dark chocolate, her granddaughter told the Long Island Herald last month. She has good children, and she has a purpose. She always said to me, always have a purpose in life. Get up and always have a purpose. That's very important. That's very important. Always have a purpose in life. Get up and always have a purpose, right? Something to look forward to, long range and short range, something that brings you joy, something you like to do, something, have that purpose. And then a 97-year-old Holocaust survivor and psychologist has written her 3rd book. Isn't that nice? Okay, so let's see here. Very nice, very nice. God bless her and her family. She's lived a wonderful life, 113. We should all be so lucky to live to 113, have our relatives live to 113. Okay. Let me see what else we're going to look at. No, my dog is having a nightmare again. Jazzy, what's the matter? Okay. Let's see what else here. Nancy McKeon, we've already talked about that. All right, I'm trying to find something else to bring us something to talk about. We've got things we want to talk about. It's like trying to find, I don't know, you want this really, wow, let's talk about that. I'm trying to find that, just one thing, let's talk about that. Or let's go through all that discovery on that case. That's fun. Let's find that. Just not happening right now with what's out there. Let's see here what we've got. All right, let's go to court docket. Let me see what this one has. I wish we had some more calls from Jamie Komorowski to listen to. Those at least had some good information about restaurants and things, you know what I mean? All right, hang on for 1 minute. Okay, where should we go? Where should we go? Iconic New York City Italian restaurant, Ferdinando's Focacceria, abruptly closes after 120 years. 121 years. 121 years. Aldi is selling. Da, 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 da. Get out, get out, get out. Okay. A new documentary says that Matthew Perry was given 27 shots of ketamine before his death. 27 shots of ketamine. 27 shots of ketamine. Let's see. Let's see. What's it all about? Let me see who's there. All right, somebody. All right, so I see Frilly Farmhouse and Justina. Hi, and Al, and I just saw Amy. Amy Celeste. They're trying to get Epstein's documents released. If that ever happens, that would be interesting reading. Oh, it sure would. It sure would. Okay, it sure would. Let's see. The doctor. What doctor? What are we talking about? What doctor? We were talking about a Holocaust survivor. What doctor? Tell me. What doctor were we talking about? There's nothing new in Kohlberger. Nothing new in Kohlberger. Let's see. Hi, Joann Smith. How are you? How are you doing? Hi, it's just me. How are you? How's it going? Hi, Frilly Farmhouse. When the older generation is dying and you're becoming the older generation, I've dealt with so much as I know it's I know it's scary, right, Frilly Farmhouse? Yeah. Yep. Okay, let's look at let's see if there's anything going on with Gypsy Rose. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's see what's going on. We will see what is going on. All right. All right, here we go. Let's see what's going on. Tell me what you think. No. Oh, wait a minute. Isn't her, hold on 1 second, guys, because this is important. Isn't her series coming out next month? Yeah, all right. Let's see. Oh my gosh. She really put up a... That can't be her. Why would she do that? Postpartum body, and she put something up that shows the bottom of her boobs, and then... I don't even see that mark she used to have from that feeding tube. I don't know where that is. I guess somebody thought she was drinking alcohol, so she put something up that said for those two ignorant, you know what, I hate to say it, she put for those too ignorant to realize and spelled it TWO and is calling people ignorant. For those too ignorant to realize it was Welch's grape juice, which is non-alcoholic. Okay. Let's see. I guess she's going live a lot now. Crazy plastic surgery. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, that's fake Gypsy account. That's not her. That's what I thought. That one where she said postpartum with thing, that's not her, guys. Just saying. I didn't think it was her because I didn't see that feeding tube thing. And she said, please report it. It's a fake account. It's a fake account. I don't see too much happening with her at all. I don't see too much happening with Gypsy. Let's see what else. Let's see who else we can find. What about Dan Markel? What's happening in there with Donna Adelson? Let's see. Okay, so tomorrow is February 26th, and there's a hearing. Hold on. So there's a hearing tomorrow for the Adelsons. Let's see what we have. Donna Adelson's bond hearing. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see. Hold on, maybe I'll cover it too. Let me see. Let me see. What time is that?
Since 1955, Central Heating Consultants has been a...
Quiet, please, with your ads, sir. Please, sir. What time is it? I'll have to see. It's going to be the shortest bond hearing. It starts at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right, let's see here. Oh, look, here's some stuff about Donna Adelson. What is this? Okay, in her, I guess in the papers filed for why she should have bail, she has lack of sleep. The schedule maintained for provide. Oh, let me get Donna Adelson over there because we don't want this poor woman over here who's a beautiful woman to be confused with Donna Adelson, right? No way. Let's get Donna Adelson over there so she can be up there, Donna Adelson. There you go, Donna. So Donna Adelson says the schedule maintained for providing food and medication to the inmates at the Leon County Detention Center results in Mrs. Adelson sleeping on average 2 hours every 24-hour period, and many times much less than that. A typical day for Mrs. Adelson is as follows. Nighttime medication distribution at 11:30 to 1 a.m. Sleep commences after inmates quiet down at 1:30 a.m. At 3:30 a.m., she's awakened for breakfast. Why is she awakened at 3:30 a.m. for breakfast? At 9:30 a.m., she lays awake in the dark on the bed until lunch is served. Well, then you're resting at least, right? It's not like you're doing hard labor. And then at 3:30 p.m., she lays awake in dark on the bed until the lights are on. Okay, she possibly could leave her bed and walk around in circles for exercise depending on who the guard is. At 6, dinner is served, and at 12 a.m., she's back on the bunk until nighttime medication. Well, that doesn't even make sense, Linda, Donna, because you say 12 a.m., you're back on the bunk, but you said nighttime medication's 11:30. You're not making much sense there. Physical abuse. She said, in addition to the initial period of incarceration previously complained of to the court, where Mrs. Adelson was placed in a cell with a mattress on the floor where she has to lay without clothing for more than 50 days, Mrs. Adelson has been physically abused and threatened with abuse throughout her incarceration in the Leon County Detention Center. To understand the nature of some of these issues, it would be helpful for the court to be aware that the shower and bathroom areas of the pods at the Leon County Detention Center have no security cameras, and they're not manned with guards for the safety of the inmates. One of the first acts of physical abuse by another inmate took place when Mrs. Adelson was showering, and it was of a sexual nature. She thought she was alone in the area. Hold on a moment. She thought she was alone in the area while she was... Hold on a moment. While she was what? What was she doing? 1 second. 1 second. I think that's when that person did something up the back of her, like, just like... Hold on a moment. Okay, I've got it here. So here we go. Let's go the procedural history. Mrs. Adelson was arrested on November 13th, 2023, and on November 15th, 2023, she was indicted for first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. At her first appearance, she was denied bond on count 1, and bond was set in the amount of $25,000 for counts 2 and 3. On or about December 5th, 2023, the original counsel for Mrs. Adelson filed an emergency motion to enjoin the jail for an independent psychological evaluation or release to house arrest based on the alleged violations of Mrs. Adelson's Sixth Amendment right to counsel. A hearing was held on said motion December 11th of 2023, and the Honorable Court found that there was no Sixth Amendment violations and entered an order denying the relief sought. On January 8th, 2024, a motion for the substitution of counsel was filed, which was granted on January 9th, 2024. The attorney then became counsel for Mrs. Adelson, was withdrawn from the case due to a conflict of interest on the eve of the trial, September 17th, 2024. From a review of the records, it does not appear that this issue of bond was ever addressed by this new counsel. Due to the conflict of interest, Mrs. Adelson's pretrial confinement in the Leon County Jail was extended for approximately 9 months to wait for a new trial date. The state of Florida has not filed a motion for pretrial detention. The trial in this case is scheduled to begin with jury selection on June 3rd of 2025. On July 18th of 2014, Dan Markel was killed while sitting in his car in the garage of his Tallahassee home. Okay. Hang on for 1 minute. Professor Markel was a prominent law professor at FSU College of Law. The Tallahassee Police Department began an extensive investigation which involved the FBI and law enforcement officers in multiple jurisdictions. And on July 17, 2015, TPD, Tallahassee Police Department, released new details in the investigation. On May 25th of 2016, Sigfredo Garcia was arrested in the case. On or about June 28th of 2016, Luis Rivera was arrested in the case. Catherine Magbanua is arrested on October 1st of 2016. On October 4th of 2016, Luis Rivera pled guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 19 years in prison, concurrent with his 12-year sentence in a federal RICO case. Sigfredo Garcia was convicted during a joint trial with Magbanua in October of 2019. Catherine Magbanua was retried and convicted on May of 2022. Shortly before Magbanua's second trial, Charlie Adelson was arrested. On April 21st of 2022, Charlie was convicted in November of 2023. 1 week after Charlie's conviction, over 9 years after the homicide that took the life of Dan Markel, Mrs. Adelson was arrested at Miami International Airport. She was on her way to Vietnam. We showed you that, right? The facts upon which the state of Florida indicted Mrs. Adelson was indicted for murder, first degree, capital felony, conspiracy to commit first degree murder, F1, and solicitation to commit first degree murder, F1, include substantially that Mrs. Adelson made derogatory comments about her son-in-law during the course of the divorce proceedings between her daughter, Wendy, and Dan Markel prior to the homicide, that she spoke to both her son Charlie and her daughter Wendy Adelson on the morning of the homicide. The law enforcement conducted a bump demanding money from Mrs. Adelson after the homicide, which she did not pay, and that she signed paychecks out of her son's business at his direction to Catherine Magbanua after the homicide took place, and that she attempted to vacation in Vietnam, a country that does not extradite, more than 9 years after the homicide. Mrs. Adelson is a 75-year-old female with typical medical issues of aging exacerbated by the conditions of confinement, hearing problems that are compounded due to medical issues that cannot be addressed by medical personnel at the Leon County Detention Facility. Prior to incarceration, she saw an ENT every 3 to 4 months to have her extremely small ear canals. Wow, listen to this. Listen to what Donna's been going through. Guys, did you know she has extremely small ear canals? And so she has hearing problems that are compounded due to a medical issue that cannot be addressed by medical personnel at the Leon County Detention Facility. Prior to incarceration, she saw an ENT every 3 to 4 months to have her extremely small ear canals cleaned out with proper equipment, as general flushing, dear, will not resolve her issue. Are you getting gunked up with wax in your very small ear canals and you can't hear? Severe pain from a pre-existing medical condition in her back and legs that cannot be relieved by the medical care available at the Leon County Detention Facility, and excruciating pain in her left shoulder, down her arm, and into her hand as a result of an injury that she's received during an attack by another inmate at the detention facility. You got in a jail brawl, Donna? Wow. Within the past few months, Mrs. Adelson has begun experiencing shortness of breath that has reached the level where others comment about hearing her struggle to breathe. Are you struggling to breathe? The undersigned counsel has actually had difficulty hearing phone communications with Mrs. Adelson. Oh my goodness. Because her breathing is so labored that it interferes with phone reception. On a visit to the medical unit with other inmates on February 3rd of 2025, even the medical personnel asked what the loud breathing noise was. Hey, what's that loud breathing noise? Hey, it's just Mrs. Adelson over here. She's trying to breathe. All right. And the other inmates pointed at Mrs. Adelson. Don't point. It's not polite. Don't point. Didn't you learn that manners book, golden book? Don't point. Oddly enough, when Mrs. Adelson was having a medical visit with the doctor at the detention center prior to February 3rd, the doctor refused to even listen to Mrs. Adelson's chest because that was not the reason we are here, and you will need to get another appointment, was the physician's assistant said. With the physician's assistant was said. On Saturday, February 1st, 2025, in the early morning hours, Mrs. Adelson was in the bathroom area. She accidentally bumped up against the washing machine, cutting herself on her right arm on a rusted metal bar on the machine. The nurse was in the pod, so Mrs. Adelson showed it to the nurse, who told her how bad it looked, but said she had no Band-Aid. Look at my arm. Oh, that looks bad. It's bleeding. I don't have a Band-Aid. The nurse told her to wrap it in toilet paper so the bleeding would stop, and then to fill out a sick call to request a Band-Aid and turn it in with the night nurse. That would be around midnight. Turning it in with the night nurse would mean she would get a Band-Aid the following morning. Unfortunately, the nurse had no sick call forms for Mrs. Adelson to complete, so there's no way to make a request. Finally, on Sunday morning, February 2nd, 2025 at 10 a.m., a sergeant sent a Band-Aid down for Mrs. Adelson and also provided 6 call forms, which Mrs. Adelson filled out, requesting that each of her medical issues, including the cut, be addressed. On Monday, February 3rd, 2025, Mrs. Adelson was finally taken to the medical unit. Her wound was cleaned, and she received a tetanus shot. Mrs. Adelson needs medical care that simply cannot be obtained at the detention facility. She needs an appointment with an ear, nose, and throat specialist, an orthopedist, and a physical therapist at a minimum. If she remains incarcerated pending trial, come on, guys, the defense will need to prepare motions to seek permission from Mrs. Adelson to receive the care outside of Leon County and obtain a court order for each appointment to be scheduled, which would then require jail personnel to transport Mrs. Adelson to her appointments. Obtaining proper medical care would result in a hardship for the Leon County Detention Center and its staff, and I'm sure you're really concerned with that, Mrs. Adelson, and that's what this is all about. You hate to inconvenience anyone. Attorney-client privilege. It is impossible for Mrs. Adelson to engage in attorney-client privileged communications via phone communication while incarcerated at the Leon County Detention Center. Within the pod, more than 60 other inmates have the opportunity to listen to her side of the conversations. And I assume that you're listening to their sides, right? But that's okay. It is difficult at best for her attorneys to hear her, Mrs. Adelson, when she speaks due to the enormous amount of background noise caused by static, phone connection issues on the tablet, and noise from the inmates in the background. Mrs. Adelson has had to get onto her bed and cover her head with her blanket so she can hear her counsel and counsel can hear her. Well, that's very ingenious of you. Good. You make a little blanket tent. That's fine. So then you're fine. Okay. On one recent occasion, when Mrs. Adelson ended the phone call and pulled the covers off of her head, there was a guard standing over her listening to the phone call. Oh, no, Donna, just say it ain't so. A guard listening to the phone call? Oh. Another inmate reported that the guard stood there listening for several minutes of the call. They heard you, girl. They heard you. Once Mrs. Adelson ended the call, the guard proceeded to search all of Mrs. Adelson's items and discarded the headphones she uses to listen to the recorded materials related to her case. Lack of sleep. The schedule maintaining for providing food and medication. Okay, now here's where I told you about the times, right, for the lack of sleep. And then we were talking about her shower incident, right? Okay, so here's what we have. One of the first acts of physical abuse by another inmate took place while Mrs. Adelson was showering, and it was of a sexual nature. She thought she was alone in the area while she was showering when all of a sudden she felt another inmate run her hand up her entire spine from just above her buttocks to the area of her neck. The inmate asked Mrs. Adelson if she liked it. And in response, Mrs. Adelson, very frightened, began to scream, which caused the aggressor, the inmate, to leave the area. Mrs. Adelson did all she could to avoid this woman during the remainder of that inmate's incarceration at the Leon County Detention Center. Most recently, as Mrs. Adelson was standing in the area of and facing her bunk bed, another inmate slammed into her from behind, knocking Mrs. Adelson into the frame of the bed, and this was very painful to Mrs. Adelson. When she turned around and asked why the woman had done that, the inmate replied, "Because you're a effing killer," and she said the word effing out. The most severe and frightening incident to date, however, occurred several months ago, and again, she was in the bathroom area of the pod. Based on the records obtained, the incident occurred on or shortly before October 7th of 2024, and Mrs. Adelson was bent over brushing her teeth with her right hand and leaning on the sink with her left hand, and all of a sudden she felt her left arm being jerked violently behind and up her back. As she was yanked in that direction, a much larger inmate told her that she knew Mrs. Adelson got canteen and that from now on, she was going to get canteen for her too. When Mrs. Adelson tried to ask why she would do that, "Why would I do that? Oh no, why would you do that?" She was told by the larger inmate that she was going to do it. "Oh, I get, no, she is asking about the campaign. Oh, you see, you have a little attitude. Why would I do that?" "Well, you are going to do that," they said. Oh my gosh. Mrs. Adelson was scared for her life. And what more physical harm? You weren't too scared when you asked her why you were going to do that, right? Mrs. Adelson was scared for her life. And what more physical harm would come to her if she didn't comply? From that point forward, the aggressive inmate had instructed Mrs. Adelson what canteen packages she wanted ordered on a weekly basis. That's okay. Your little Harvey has all his money. Afraid for her life, Mrs. Adelson began telling her husband to order the packages each week. She never told her husband why, and he just assumed Mrs. Adelson wanted the food for herself, because the meals provided by the Leon County Detention Center are disgusting. After Mrs. Adelson receives her own canteen, purchased through the normal jail site, she also receives the 2 separate packages from the site ordered from by her husband. She keeps the original canteen items in the area of her bunk, and either the aggressive inmate comes to get the items herself or sends somebody else to get the items as she wants. The particular incident caused terrible pain to Mrs. Adelson on the day of the incident and has continued to this day. She has requested medical treatment from the jail for the pain on numerous occasions, but has gotten no relief. It has caused excruciating pain in her left shoulder that shoots down her arm, and at sometimes she has even had tingling in her fingers. Since the court heard the original motion by initial counsel, some jail staff, including supervisors, continue to take actions which can only be intended to punish Mrs. Adelson. For example, inmates are provided with locked storage bins to store commissary and personal items. Mrs. Adelson has been allowed 2 additional bins for her legal materials. On more than one occasion by different officers, Mrs. Adelson's legal materials have been tossed out of her storage bin, resulting in hundreds of pages being tossed about and left out of order. Guards having commented in the presence of other inmates about Mrs. Adelson's perceived wealth, which led to additional requests by some other inmates for Mrs. Adelson's commissary. Let me just think about what trial. Mrs. Adelson has attempted to seek medical care for her pain, her shortness of breath, and other issues for several months, and her requests for appointments have been routinely denied or not properly addressed. However, and I say however, on Monday, February 3rd, 2025, when she was finally taken to the medical unit and all of her issues, including the cut, were being addressed, the physician's assistant asked about the pain in her left shoulder and arm and how it started. Mrs. Adelson discussed how she was attacked by a fellow inmate, and thereafter, without the knowledge of Mrs. Adelson, the medical unit reported the attack to the jail personnel, and within a short, where are we? Short period of time, 2 supervisors at the jail came into the annex and told Mrs. Adelson to roll up her bed and get her bins because she was being removed from the pod. Mrs. Adelson, it's time to roll up your bed. Get your bins. You're getting bounced from this pod. They explained Mrs. Adelson had done nothing wrong. You've done nothing wrong. And then they took her into a room to question her about the attack. Mrs. Adelson was very reluctant to disclose any information because she truly fears retaliation by the aggressor and or her affiliates within the jail, of which she has many that Mrs. Adelson has already had to deal with. Wow, Donna's really dealing with this stuff. Excuse me. Mrs. Adelson finally disclosed all of the facts, including the extortion by the aggressor and how her husband unknowingly is satisfying the demands by purchasing 2 extra packages of canteen each week. So, to spare Mrs. Adelson of additional physical harm. From October 7th to the present, Mr. Adelson has spent $1,150 on separate canteen. That's okay, Donna. The jail supervisors advised Mrs. Adelson that it was their responsibility to protect her, and the only way they can do that is to put her into solitary confinement. Therefore, since Monday, February 3rd, Mrs. Adelson has been placed in a cell by herself. So that's nice, isn't it, Donna? You have your own room. She is only allowed outside her cell on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for 1 hour in the morning, and on Tuesday and Thursday for 30 minutes. When she is released, she has no contact with anyone else. Well, that sounds nice. No one can bother you then, right? Sounds like Joan Crawford. Someone stole all my babies. That's good, dear, because they were bad, spoiled children who deprived you of your rest. So now you don't have to worry, Donna, right? You got your own room, and you can go out in the yard 5 days a week and nobody messes with you or tells you to buy their canteen. That sounds like a win-win for you, Donna. Let's see. When she is released, she has no contact with anyone else and can only use the time to shower. So now you can shower alone. Nobody's going to touch your back. Okay, walk on the rec deck or watch television. Other than that, well, what else are you looking to do? What else are you looking to do? Shop online? I don't know what you're looking to do. Well, okay. Other than that, she is on complete lockdown in a 6x9 room that has a bed, a toilet, and a sink. Note, the toilet is in full view of the window on the door that is approximately 4 inches by 30 inches high. Thus, the staff at the Leon County Detention Facility have determined that the only way they can adequately protect Mrs. Adelson from any future physical harm from inmates is to house them, hold on a minute, her in solitary confinement. Therefore, Mrs. Adelson is being punished for having been physically attacked, injured, and extorted for the past 4 months. Mrs. Adelson is a 75-year-old woman with physical impediments, with no prior criminal history and no disciplinary issues during her entire incarceration at the Leon County Detention Center for the past 14 months. There are no allegations that she personally engaged in any conduct herself that resulted in harm to anyone, including Mr. Markell. Come on. There's no allegations? Yes, there is. Mrs. Adelson has no passport, and she has been placed on a no-fly list and thus cannot schedule a flight bound for any domestic or foreign destination. Her husband is 80 years old, and he would relocate to live with Mrs. Adelson in Tallahassee. From release through the trial. Okay, it says here, let's see, it's the Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure say that unless charged with a capital offense or an offense punishable by life imprisonment, and if proof of guilt is evidence or presumption is great, every person charged with a crime or violation shall be entitled to a pretrial release on reasonable conditions. Additionally, the Florida Rules, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So this is going to be tomorrow. If this court agrees, bond should be set. Yada, yada, yada. In summary, Mrs. Adelson is being held in the Leon County Detention Center awaiting trial under conditions that will result in her inability to receive a fair trial and unable to adequately participate in preparation for her defense at trial. Her health is failing. She is in constant pain. She cannot hear normal discussions, much less any reduced level speaking with counsel at counsel table at trial, and she is not receiving a fraction of the amount of sleep necessary to assist in her defense. At this point, Mrs. Adelson is aware that for the remainder of her time at the Leon County Detention Center, leading up to and during trial, she will be in solitary confinement without any access to interaction with other friendly inmates, art classes, her art classes, or any other human contact whatsoever, appointments with attorneys accepted. Her incarceration should have ended upon the conclusion of her trial in September 2024. Through no fault of her own, her attorneys were removed from her case, and her trial continued for a period of more than 9 months, thus extending her period of incarceration. Mrs. Adelson is aware of the seriousness of the offenses for which she's been charged, and that the court would not consider the typical conditions of pretrial release, and proposes that, in addition to the monetary bond requirement, the court imposed the following conditions of pretrial release: electronic monitoring. Mrs. Adelson will reside with her husband with her husband within Leon County, Tallahassee, Florida, pending the outcome of the trial, with the request that the location be shared only with the court. The state, the defense, and the pretrial release officer for the safety of herself and her husband. Comply with a curfew at the residence from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., with the only exception being appointments with her attorneys for court and for medical purposes. No travel outside of Leon County, Florida. Report to her pretrial release officer on whatever schedule is deemed necessary by the court. Any other conditions the court deems reasonably appropriate. Wherefore, the defendant, Donna Adelson, requests that this court grants the motion, change the venue for the trial in her case, and for such other relief, further relief as is just and proper. So that's going to be decided on tomorrow, Donna? Okay. Donna said. All right, let's see. What do you think about Donna? Is Donna going to get bail? Let's see. What about Nightbot? Hi, Scooter. Do you think she's going to get bail? I'm going to do a poll. She has a bail hearing tomorrow, 9 a.m. Here we go. There you go. There's the poll. Will Donna Adelson be going home with Harvey tomorrow? Donna's had to roll up her bed. She didn't get to her art classes, Scooter, and she has to shower alone now. She goes outside. She has to be alone. When she watches TV, she has to do it alone. And guess what? Her toilet is in view of a window that the guards can see her in. Can you believe that? They can see her when she's toileting. They can see her when she's sitting on her stainless steel potty. And she doesn't like that. She cut her hand on a rusty piece of the washing machine when she was in the bathroom. Some woman touched her from her buttocks up to her neck and asked her if she liked it, Scooter. She asked her if she liked it. And Donna screamed. Donna screamed, the loudest scream. Okay. I know, Elle, but those murder charges were dropped on you, and you know that, and stop being a drama queen and constantly talking about it. You were acquitted. Okay, now, Donna. So look at that. Some of you say that she's going to be going home with Harvey. Donna is probably going to buy herself out of it. You think? Oh my gosh. What's the matter, Hart? You didn't know that about Elle? I'm sorry. Scooter, Hart didn't know that about Elle. Don't be afraid. They were dropped, Hart. I told you. She was acquitted. She was charged with murder doesn't mean you did it. It just means you're charged with it. It means that there might be a high percentage of evidence that could link you to it. It could be mostly circumstantial, which was in Elle's case. She was acquitted, Hart. She was acquitted. She can't get charged. She can't get tried for it again. She was acquitted. All right? Now stop. L, it's okay. You were cleared. Oh, L. So anyway, Scooter owns it, and Scooter wasn't acquitted. You know that. She claimed it was self-defense, but it really wasn't that either. Really wasn't. No, L has not been charged. L has not been charged with murder. Unless it was for killing a joke. In that case, she is guilty. I know you did, Scooter. You said it was self-defense too, and that got you a lot of time off. What could be you could still be in there. I don't know that it was self-defense. I don't know that I believe that. You know? But I have to act like I believe it, because I don't want, if it's not true, I don't want you to kill me. You know? So I just say I believe it. It's okay, Al. We like the telephone game. It's fun. So let's see, look at this. It's almost 50-50 that people think she's going to be getting bail. I don't understand this at all. I highly doubt that, Al. No, I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. Look at Scooter. She's not at all afraid about it. She likes the reputation. She doesn't think people mess with her. We were talking about Donna right now, though. We got to see what happens here. Doubt who? Scooter. Scooter's been, you know, I told you about it. She likes it. She thinks she's popular. And she thinks she gets a little bit of respect out of fear from people. You know? You don't need that kind of attention? Don't call Scooter needy, though. Some people need it. I don't know. Don't worry about it. All right, now let's talk about Donna. Is she going to get the Donna? Donna. Hold on a moment. I've got to take some medicine here. So I've got to make sure that. Okay, let me see. Hold on, let me just I've got to take a little bit of a slug. What? Heart? Elle, what's Heart doing? She's not telling anybody. She may be buying, okay. She may be buying her way out of it. Who's she gonna buy it from? How? Like who? She had that kind of power? If she had that kind of power, she'd be buying it a long time ago. I don't think they're going to be taking an Adelson bribe. I don't think so. So, but look at that poll. That poll is not encouraging. It's only 60% no. That's not encouraging. You'd like to see her shaking in her boots. I don't know. Oh my gosh. I just spilled cough medicine on me. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Sorry. Got a little bit of a mess. That sounded like glass breaking, but it wasn't. It was a glass bottle, but it didn't break. Hold on a minute. I really made a mess of it. Okay. No, this is, all right, there we go. So anyway, getting a little bit of a second wind, and I'm just going to, let me see. All right, let's see what's going on. Who's Mike? Where's Mike? Mike? Who's Mike? What is Mike doing here? Oh, look who's here, Mike. Mike's here. Where have you been, Mike? What's going on? I can believe it. Where's Mike? But Mike's here. Mike, are you following Donna Adelson? Do you think she's going to get bail tomorrow? When you come around, you meant? Oh, Donna. Oh, she wants to see Donna shaking in her boots when she comes around. He's cool. I looked at his channel. Yeah, we know Mike. We know Mike L. Don't you know that we know Mike? Mike's been up on panel. A few times he's been up on panel. You don't know? You don't follow the Adelson case? Are you following the Monica Simontilli case? Are you following the corn rake case? Hi, little lady. How are you? Little lady. Little lady. Where's our Mary Warren, Mary Warren, Mary Warren? I hope she's okay. I know she's okay because I sent her a thing last week. Where's our Dina? Where's our Dina Elizabeth tonight? Has anyone seen Dina tonight? What's up, Mike? What's up in the neighborhood? What about Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively? Who do you believe, Blake Lively or Justin Baldoni? Huh. Did you know that Scooter was someone to be feared, Mike? Did you know that? I wonder. Let me tell you something. Did you know that God is much more interested in you finding him than in you finding a solution? How about that? Little everything, but I just want answers. And where do you think you're going to find those, Mike? Don't you understand that case is not about finding Sebastian Rogers anymore? The YouTubers have used it just to go on and on and on with each other just for money and drama. And I thought you hated money. I thought you hated drama. That's drama. And sadly, you know what it's like? I don't know if you're around here. It's like Summer Wells. And people would say, are you going to cover Summer Wells? And I said, I covered Summer Wells, the facts of the case. If you think I'm going to get involved in the senseless drama that's not adding to finding Summer Wells at all, that it's just for YouTubers to get involved in the most crazy drama for money. And I'm sorry, that's what this is. It's just people going back and forth, and it's no different. And name calling and slimy tactics and all that stuff. And for what? It's not helping find him, Mike. It's just the same way that some of these cases, like Summer Wells, like this one, and it doesn't, look at where's Summer Wells. What is any of that these YouTubers have done, all this stuff amongst each other, brought us any closer to finding Summer Wells? What about that other little boy in Idaho, right? Michael? What about that case? You see? Well, yeah, children's cases are close to your heart, but when it comes to just senseless fighting between YouTube creators, that's like the Jerry Springer show. That's not any good. That's not any good. We saw it in Summer Wells. We see it. It's not. Okay? So, you can call it what you want to call it, but it's just people fighting. It's bad enough when it's adults, when there's children involved. Yeah, but there's just a lot of he said, she said, da-da-da-da-da. I know, Carolyn, I agree with the drama. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Okay, so tomorrow we have the corn rake. Yeah, we're going to follow that. We also have Monica Simontilli. I don't know how much longer that's going to be. Law enforcement was onto something. I don't look at John Bday. You know what I'm saying, Mike? Look at that lady that was killed, that garage sale lady. They said an arrest was imminent about 3 years ago. They said an arrest was imminent. And it never was, never happened. And, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so let's talk about, we're going to do Monica Simontilli. Today, I forgot to tell you about that. Let me just tell you about what happened today with Monica Simontilli. So, Mike, do you know the Monica Simontilli case? She was married to Fabio Simontilli, and he was a celebrity hairdresser, and he had his own salon, and then he ended up getting in with this company called Wella, and there was Procter & Gamble, and then they turned to Cody, and he lived out in Woodland Hills with his wife, and Italian guy, really nice guy. His wife started having an affair with the racquetball coach down at the gym. Well, the racquetball coach happened to be a sex offender, and he had to, yeah, I get it, Mike. And guess what? He was an ex-porn star, too. And for some reason, this woman who had, like everything, right, decided to go with this guy. And guess what she was doing? They were swinging, Mike. They were swinging. And then she had her new boyfriend murder her husband with another guy, and 7 years now down the road, 8 years I think, she is on trial now, and it's the trial that is taken, you can't even imagine how long this trial has taken. We are on day 17 of this trial. Day 17. Day 17. And today we found out some things. And we're just waiting because he's going to take the stand. Her ex-porn star lover is going to take the stand, and this guy that they found that was his accomplice that they only learned of recently, and it is because of that guy that Monica's probably going to be convicted for sure. Okay, so and this is, you want to talk about crazy. This trial is crazy, Mike. Crazy. Okay. Let's see what picture I want to put on here. Monica was gift flipping her friend off today. It looked like she was licking her finger, her middle finger, a couple of times, like right on cue towards her friend that was on the stand. They both looked like they were kind of giving each other some kind of, like, I don't know, it was not too good. And let's see here. Monica, what do we want to do with you? What graphic should we use for you today? Well, here's Monica and Fabio. This is her husband that she had killed that I'm going to show you here. Monica and Fabio. The one she had killed. And let her daughter discover him. Isn't that crazy? I put that over there, right? Right. Get over there. All right. She looks a lot different today, Mike. But anyway, let me just go over real quick with what happened. We met Ron Ray today. So that's their friends from Las Vegas. And then the friend and her husband, the ones that went to the 2-bedroom suite in Las Vegas, we met them. And we met Fabio's assistant was on this stand. She knew the family well. She was very close to Fabio and family. She went to events at their house. She knew his sister. She said that she would send Monica the itineraries of wherever Fabio would be. And she scheduled almost everything for Fabio, spoke with him throughout the day. She knew Fabio and his wife and would speak with them through the day. She knew about their date nights. She knew that he called her Tootsie. He adored his wife and family, is what the assistant said. And typically on a Monday or a Friday, sometimes he would work from home. And when he talked to her, he had meetings on his patio, and he used to do videos and stuff from his patio, and that was on his posts on his Instagram. Last year, he started to travel somewhat less, and there was a time they were at the Torrey Pines in the San Diego event, and they asked her, did Monica go to that? She said yes. She said, you saw her at, like, dinner? Yes. Fabio and Monica? Yes. And what was it like at dinner? She said at dinner the conversation was usual, but you know, we went out for drinks and stuff, and there just wasn't the camaraderie. They didn't even want to go. They usually experienced with Fabio. He seemed quieter, so they didn't go for drinks. The next day, he said, you know, he told his assistant, hey, can you cancel my golf and Monica's massage? She said yes. She felt it was strange. He's never done that. At breakfast, she said it was actually uncomfortable because Fabio seemed to be hanging on Monica, and she was quite standoffish. On January 23rd, 2017, the day of the murder, Fabio was working from home. Yes, she said. You spoke to him when? At 1:50 p.m.? Yes. And when did you find out he was murdered? She said yes, she did. Did you go that day to the house? She said no. She went days after. She brought food. She provided support. Is there a particular subject that Monica wanted you to help her with? Yes, it was the life insurance. She said that Monica was agitated that Henry was not getting back to her. Henry from the company, right? From their company. And it said that she had paint samples in her hands when she went to the house one time shortly after the murder. And she was remodeling the inside. And they asked her, did you know that the insurance money was given to her to do that? She said yes. She was not getting a response about the life insurance. She didn't understand what was taking so long. And then they asked the assistant, did you know that Monica was getting 6 months of Fabio's salary? Yes, she said. And Monica told her girlfriends were telling her to had to get out of town, and she asked her about deals, and the assistant said, well, I'm not really the person to ask about the deals. You really need Melanie Garibay. She's going to be the one. So did she contact you about getting Fabio's airline miles? Yes, she did. Did you go to her house to get his death certificate to do that? Yes, she said. Did she ask for help setting up the memorial or the wake at her house? Yes, and she said she took over for her because that's what she does. Did you attend it? Yes, she said. Who was invited? She said the employees who worked with Fabio, friends and family in Canada. She made all of the arrangements for the family that was coming in from Canada. They paid for everything. The company did. Anything unusual? She said, well, Monica was rather dramatic. Her very dramatic behavior. So she asked who she was sitting with when someone told her it was her racquetball coach from the gym. And they said, they tried to talk about the proximity that she was sitting to Fabio's particular chair. And she said there was loud sobbing and it was very dramatic from Monica, but she didn't know about seeing tears. Okay, and then they had a sales manager on there. He was a previous sales rep for Wella, and he was a previous hairdresser, salon owner. He knew Fabio, and he always followed Fabio and his sister. And they said, did you and Fabio become very close? Yes. Did you know about Monica not wanting to leave Canada? And what they're talking about is when Fabio was offered that position with Wella and they had to relocate from Canada to Woodland Hills, California, Monica was not wanting to go at first. They had a dinner and then it was, what convinced them so quickly to go. And it was the offers from the company. The company was offering them great things. The company was offering to relocate them. The company was offering cars to be paid, homes to be paid, and just really to help them out there, right? So that convinced her. And she said the salary wasn't so great, but she loved the benefits, the stock options, and the life insurance. So they started to talk about that, and that this guy would travel with Fabio, and that Fabio eventually made this guy the education manager, the regional educational manager. Yes. Did you travel with Fabio? Yes. Did you share rooms together? Yes. Did you ever talk to him about what he collected? Yes. He collected gold coins and things like that, right? Okay. Did he keep his value? He was the kind of guy that kept his valuables in his safe. He was saying he didn't always trust banks. When he moved to the U.S., you kept in touch with him on a weekly basis. Yes, this guy says. Did you go house hunting with him? He said, yes, he did. Once he purchased the house in Woodland Hills. What was his special place? It was in the backyard. Is that where you would meet with him? Yes. And he posted videos from there. He said, yes.
When was the last time you saw Fabio? He said it was June of 2016 for the training. And did you go in a cab to see Fabio? Yes. And when you got to his home, did Fabio let you in? Yes. And was Monica home? He said Monica got home a little later. And, he was fooling around with Fabio. He was calling him a big shot. He said, "You're a big shot now, You told me, let me know when you're coming and I'll open the gates and this and that. You're a big shot. You've got gates. You've got this. You got that." He was joking. And Fabio said, "That wasn't me. That was Mo. That was Mo that got all this, not me." And, yeah, that was her. And then Monica goes, "Well, you can never be too safe. This is not Woodridge, Canada. This is, somewhere else. You've got to be very safe." And they had a monitor on the island, etc. Right? So, yeah. So they said you had a few conversations with Monica. Did you see her close to the time that she pulled up in a Mustang? Oh, hold on a minute. I'm very sorry. This is the assistant, okay? Because I skipped around a little bit. But the assistant saw Monica pull up with that new Mustang, right? Remember, she had been wanting to keep Fabio's F-150. It smelled like him. She wanted to keep it. All of a sudden, Monica shows up in that May 2017 memorial with that new Mustang. Did you see her when she pulled up? You were shocked? She said, yeah, because she was going to get rid of the truck. And she asked you, what'd she ask you? She said, she asked me if they had wine, and she was drinking wine in Fabio's office. And did she tell you about a trip she had planned to Myrtle Beach because Fabio wanted to go there and he never, got there? And she said, yes, she did, but I've never heard Fabio say that. Did you know she was having an affair? No. Did Fabio ever mention that Monica was having an affair? No. And then there was talk about a colonoscopy appointment, or that Fabio sometimes played hooky on Mondays or Fridays. She said, I don't think it's really called hooky. They talked about, again, that San Diego trip. This was the cross-examination. That's when I included Monica and Fabio. Oh, you included Monica and Fabio's itinerary because that's a safety measure, right? An emergency measure, yes. Frequent flyer miles, we got all that. You wanted to help. Okay, yeah. They're saying the assistant. You wanted to help. You wanted to help Monica. You wanted to help her girls. They wanted to help a grieving widow, right? Yes. And the new Mustang, she told you about. She told you about all the gadgets, all the bells and whistles. Yes. And you expected her to keep the truck, but didn't she tell you that it was extremely expensive to keep the truck? And then she said, I don't recall. And then let's see, mention of Fabio working from home that Monday. She doesn't know if she had known it the weekend before, but she thinks probably. That was about it. David Friedrich was the next witness. He does security, but he was prior in LAPD. Robbery, homicide, special investigation detective for 30 plus years. He did surveillance work in this case, and he got the targets. That was Monica, and it was Robert Baker, and they went through, where they were, how he was looking at them. He's got the pictures, the ones where they're going through the bags and stuff. They followed him around. They put the little tracker on the car when it was outside a strip mall once. Let's see, back to that guy that knew Fabio. Did you know that Monica handled all the family finances? They asked him, and he said yes. Why did she do that? She said because Fabio couldn't do anything like that. Did you travel with them? Yes. Your wife and everybody has lunch with them? Yes. You spoke with them? Yes. And did you know that Monica and Fabio met at a salon? Yes. And he said that once Monica joked with him that Fabio, because of the insurance and the benefits, was worth more dead than he was alive. Right? Now, did Fabio tell you everything financially? He put it through Monica? Yes. Now, 1 month after Fabio's death, you heard that she wants to move on, yeah, right, she wants to move on a month after Fabio's death, because she had already moved on long before, right? And then they had a friend from racquetball league, her and her husband Ricardo. She was saying that she was double dating with, which I can't believe, Monica was so brazen, that she was going out literally right in her backyard while her husband was still alive. This is crazy, right? Crazy. So, they were very affectionate. They were holding hands. She's talking about Monica and Robert Baker. Did Monica ever mention her husband to you? No, she said. Not even after the murder did she mention the husband. No, and they went away to Vegas. And she said that Monica and Robert, they were always touching, kissing, holding hands, going on double dates, going to restaurants, going to a sushi bar in Tarzana, going to Delmonico's, which was a Italian restaurant, steakhouse, and lobster. And then there was another one called Cravings. Did they go to your dad's for a barbecue after the murder? Yes, they did. The night of the murder, were you at the gym? Yes. So you saw, she said, a cut on Robert's finger. She said there was no bandage on it. And then later on, she saw a bandage on it. And she asked, did you hurt your finger? And he said yes. And he talked about doing some damage to it in a door or something. That he did some damage to it, okay? And they talked about, then you had Ron Ray on there, and he was talking about meeting up with that couple, because they all met up together in Vegas, and that Monica had said she was going to buy Robert a house in Las Vegas where she would go sometimes, but she wanted to go with him to Italy and they wanted to travel around, but she was going to buy him a house in Vegas. And then they showed these text messages between Robert Baker and Ron Ray and stuff like, oh, he was sending pictures of Monica. This is my girlfriend, isn't she hot? And do you live with her? It just went on and on. Not yet. She's very, very smart. She speaks 3 languages, and does she have money? If she has money, and it just went on and on and on. Barbecue after the murder sounds so bad. Yeah, there was barbecues after the murder. There, I'm telling you, this is bad. There are new cars. Oh, yeah, she told the who was it? The assistant, that she got such a good deal on the Mustang. Listen to this one, Mike. Because she really, really used the status of being a grieving widow. She said she deserved an Academy Award. And she got the lowest price on that Mustang. It was like, start the car. She was so unbelievably proud of that she used her status as a grieving widow to basically throw herself on the floor of the showroom, and she got an incredible deal on that Mustang. She said, like, with every bell and whistle, every upgrade, every this, every that she wanted. So, yeah, they knew about that, and then the truck she wanted because it had Fabio's smell in it and this and that. she just traded that baby right in there. And then there was a shrine to him. She invited her lover, who's an ex-porn star, sex offender, who, with his other wife, believe it was the stepdaughter that caused that. And I don't mean that. I believe the cause of him being a sex offender is because he preyed upon his wife's daughter who was underage. That's what I mean. I don't mean she was the cause of it. I mean the cause of him being listed as that is his preying on his wife's child. Okay? And they haven't spoken that much about that, but she knew he was an ex-porn star. And then when he was talking to that guy, he said, how is she with that? He said it turns her on that he's an ex-porn star. In other words, she likes it. It's a selling point. She thinks it's great, his adult business, former adult business. Yeah, thought it was great. She thought it was great. And then, what else did they do? Monica is just, they've got this guy, which he remained under the radar for like 7 years. I don't remember the tip that gave him away. Went to Alaska, they brought him back, and then everything he said checked out, and he had the stuff in his phone and that proved what he was saying was true. So she was really, in trouble, right? They used all encrypted apps. They got rid of everything, but when they got arrested in June of 2017, there were just a few things on their phones they couldn't get rid of, but they got rid of Viber, which was an encrypted app, and they got rid of WhatsApp, which was an encrypted app. And although they cannot get any messages back from what was deleted, what they can get are these logs. And it will say that when they downloaded these encrypted apps and when they messaged on these encrypted apps, so they have that. Even though, she had these encrypted apps, she acted like she didn't know what they were. When she was in the jail cell and they had the undercover sheriff, she's like, encrypted apps? I don't even know what those are. She didn't even know what they are. She left a steak for a hot dog, for dog food. Oh, for dog food, Elle says. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'll show you her lover, Mike. Okay? Let me see if I have her here. Oh, Monica. Where's Monica and Robert Baker? This is the guy she left her husband for her racquetball. And why were they playing like racquetball? Racquetball is so end of the 70s, early 80s. Like we're in the racquetball team. It's like what? I think that was just a cover for their swinging. Really, because it seems like everybody that was on the racquetball team was also swinging. So I don't know. I don't get it. But let's see. That's he's coming to testify. Okay, he's coming to testify, and we're gonna see what he's like. They have all that he put like sperm in a toothpaste tube. Remember, this one detective said he had to reach into a bag and it had like some kind of substance all over it. Oh, it was so gross, and he made it sound like it was really, really gross, like gross. Trying to find this other picture of the two of these. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh my goodness. Here's, that's probably the best look of Robert Baker. But still, I mean, he was like so proud of his ex-porn star stuff. And said that Monica was really like intrigued by it. Let's see. I'm trying to find this really evil-y thing. Let's go here. How about this? Here. Here's what a catch she's got here, huh? Here we go. What a catch in this one over here. What was that site they were on? Lifestyle something? And they had all these talks they put cameras in the patrol cars and stuff, and they told them like it was they weren't being arrested for murder or anything. It was a stolen car or something, and they're like, oh, we're just gonna have this cleared up in a minute. And meanwhile, they were like talking and stuff. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And then we have Todd Cornrake. Mullis. Right. All right, it's time for word cookies, I guess. Yeah, it's pretty gross. Pretty gross. Pretty gross. Clay is good, yeah. Shoot. I never clicked on a dating app in my life. Really, Rike? You never have? Where have you met your ladies? At the book club? At your gym? Have you ever met anybody at the gym? Oh, she was just, she feels better. She said she was feeling better today. She just had a little bit of, thought she might have a little bit of touch of the flu, but she went for an adjustment today. She went for an adjustment. She's fine. She's fine. What do we have here? Koi. Yeah. You never have the book club? Really? No. There's a lot of women that go to those, Mike. I'm serious. You would be like, it's very predominantly women in there. No, it's predominant. Women are predominant. So you would be like, you know, the only guy there. Photography clubs. Where do you meet women, Mike? Where do you meet women? Where would you tell someone to meet women if they were looking to meet women? I mean, not for like something serious. Cooking class, a class at the community college, maybe something at the night annex, a night class somewhere, woodworking, something like that. I don't know. A woman could go to a woodworking class and she'd probably have a lot of guys to choose from, right? There would be the only probably woman or maybe two in the class, right? I don't know. What do you think? Good deal? I don't know. What do you think? What would you tell someone if someone asked you that they were looking to meet someone? You don't look? Brian Koberger always went to book clubs. Really? To book clubs? Huh. I don't know if I've ever heard that. I don't know that I've heard that. I don't know that. Did you know that? Did you know that, Elle? Brian Koberger was at book clubs? I'm sorry. What happened? We got... I'm sorry. What? Hold on a minute. I can't say. I'm sorry. An ad came... Oh, I got cut out. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The ads are really bad. I know. I don't even know what I was saying, Mike. I was saying, Brian Koberger. But I didn't know that he went in there. Where are you staying away? From where, Al? Book clubs? Yeah, there were pictures of him in one. Huh. I'll have to look. You're staying away from book clubs, Al? Why? Why is Elle staying away from book clubs? Why? Book clubs are good. I believe you, Mike. I believe you. I probably even knew it at one time, you know? My mind is like mushy a little bit. Got a lot on my mind. Book clubs are fun now. We have a book club here. We used to have a book club too. Another book club. Book clubs are fun. We did a like a true crime book. It's fun. Don't knock things until you try things. You never know. Something you may think is really not fun at all ends up being something you really like. You never know. A lot of times it works out like that. It does. It just does. I'm telling you. Ow! Oh my gosh. What had an appendicitis. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I tried Lacey. Lacey. What's our last word here? Come on, where's our word people? Word people, let's go. It's good for your brain. Olay, olay, olay. No, oil of olay. Oil of olay. No. Cola, cola. No, come on. Cola is a word. Why didn't that happen? I thought for sure we had that right one there. Cola. Cola. You want a cola? Come on. Hi, Gail. You're back. She's back. Sporty's back. Why? Let me see. What's happening? You're so tired tonight? You're so tired? Yeah, I feel a little tired too, Mike, but I have to. It's a short month, Mike, you know? It's very hard. It's hard with these short months. You gotta try to keep going. What is this? Where's our, where is, Murder of Crows? A murder of crows. Okay, so this would be, I really thought it was cola. It's gotta be, I wonder what it could be. Let me see. It can't be y'all. Yeah, I tried y'all. It's not y'all. Can't be y'all. Chloe, I already tried that. It's not that. Lola. Her name was Lola. She was a showgirl. No. With little feathers in her hair. And a dress cut down to there. You gotta... At least you didn't swallow your tablet. Don't even ask. She would merengue and do the cha-cha. Or to try lacy, that doesn't work either. I think about a lolly column. Isn't a lolly column a word? It is a lolly column. It is something, a lolly column. I don't know exactly what a lolly column is, but I think it's those columns that you have in your basement, like in an unfinished basement. Those columns, aren't those lolly columns? I think they are. I think they are. Oh boy, what is this? Oh boy. Wow, no. Huh. Come on, guys. Come on. What is it? Loca? I tried that. I tried Olay. Olay, Olay, oil of Olay. I tried it. It didn't work. Tried living La Vida Loca. Leica. Leica, wasn't it? I kind of like her. I kind of like her. I met a girl at the bar and I kind of like her. Sorry. Nope. It's gotta be something. I'm going to send you something in the morning. So check your emails tomorrow, Carolyn, please. All right, are you sending it to my email? Okay, make sure you send it to my email and not to like some Facebook thing, because I never get this stuff in the Facebook. Send it to my email, please. My email. Send me something to my email. Are you sending me a puppy? Okay, let me see here. Alco. Alco. Let me see. Loca. Laika. You will? Yes, little lady. Little lady, I know it's going to sound weird. I had some today, and I had a little bit before this broadcast, which may be why I was a little bit crazy in the beginning. But yeah, I do think it's worth it. I'm going to keep doing it, so a little more consistency. I hadn't had a cup of it for the last couple of days, and I think I noticed a lot. And little lady, I probably had it too late, and then I didn't drink it all, and then I heated that up. And then I think like I was probably off to be doing things. Now I'm thinking I'm okay, but I'm going to try to do it a little earlier. I'm going to try to do it consistently and plot it for you, okay? Let me do that. Okay. Hola. Hola. Avon calling. Loac. Remember LoJack? I remember, is that the thing that, oh, my car has a LoJack, or that thing that went across the steering wheel every time? That's what that was, a LoJack, right? Okay. Arca, Ola, Olak. Ole. You all should really listen to me, you all. Y'all should all really listen to me. Koya. Lawyer. Look, a lawyer. You need a lawyer. You better get a lawyer. Coley? Yes. How about a lolly? Lowly, you've been a lowly one. It's crazy. This is crazy that we all can't get this word. Silo. Alcohol. Alcohol. Nope. Home? There is no home. After a Lola, Wow, Mike left without even saying goodbye to us. Mike, you should say goodbye to us before you just leave. Mike, you should not just leave without saying goodbye. You never know what could happen. This life is very unpredictable. Say goodbye. Say goodbye before you go away. Say goodbye. What is it? Goal? No, there's no goal. There's no G. Goodbye, Mike. You should have said goodbye to us. Oh. Oh, there's Mike. He didn't leave yet. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. I thought you left us. We thought you left without saying goodbye, which would not be nice. And I still can't remember who is the person that goes, nice. It's nice. Who is that? What is that from? It's nice. I told you I wanted it to be nice. It's nice. We still don't know where that's from, and it's driving me out of my freaking mind. It's nice. Who says that? It's in some show or something. It's driving me crazy. It's nice. Please make it nice. I really thought it was cola. Oh my gosh, that scared me so bad. That National Egg McMuffin thing just came up on my other screen. It was so crazy. I know you don't know what I mean, but all of a sudden I saw this red thing. You're hooked on iced coffee? You found the store version and drink 3 to 4 of a small quart a day. 3/4 of a small quart a day. Oh yeah. Yeah. Cold brew? Cold brew, Mike? Cold brew for you? All right, Lola. Yeah, we tried that. I tried that, Loli. It's not there. Want to be? Do you want to reveal a letter? What letter should we reveal? We don't normally do this, but if we're all, should we reveal the first letter, the second letter, the third letter, or the fourth letter? Let's do the third letter. I've never had to do this. The third letter is L. I don't want to reveal 5 letters at once. No, even though I have 82 of them. I have 148 spatulas. Okay, now we know the first one is L, L. Oh, come on. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This has to be a Y here or an L. So it's going to be a Y or an L. And I thought it would be Lacey, but it's not. And it's not Lally. And it's not Lolly. Lilo, I tried that. Nope. It's crazy. No, it can't be heart. There's a L in the place. There's an L in the place. Da 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 da. That's what I tried. L-Y-L-A. No. L-Y-L-L. No. L-O-L-L. No. Oh my gosh. We tried L-O-L. That's crazy. That is crazy how long that took us. That is an abomination. That is an abomination. Come on. That's crazy. Huh. Ted's. That was easy. Hi, it's just me. How are you? I know, I saw an envelope, but then something happened. Excuse me. I don't know what I did. All right. Elope? Elope. What was that knock-knock joke about somebody eloped? Remember that one, elope? There's something about an elope. Oh, I know we don't do knock-knock jokes anymore, really, right? Knock-knock, who's there? Knock-knock, who's there? Orange. Orange who? Knock-knock, who's there? Orange. Orange who? Oh, knock-knock, who's there? Orange. Orange. Knock-knock, who's there? Banana. Banana who? Aren't you glad I didn't... Oh, no. How did it go? Aren't you glad I didn't say banana again? Oh, I did it wrong. Knock-knock, who's there? Banana. Knock-knock, who's there? Banana. Knock-knock, who's there? Banana. No. I thought... Yeah. Aren't you glad I didn't say banana again? Yeah. I had another vision of like just knock-knock jokes. I felt like I was walking somewhere with somebody. I said, okay, well, we're going to go by again, but I don't know where I was going. I'm losing it, folks. I hope not. I really hope not. I just had a really weird vision thingy, like, where was I going? I don't know. What was I going to do? Oh, something. There's oh, one. Oh, we did one. Open. Oh, love. It's all you need. It's all you need. And money. Okay. Pele. Remember Pele? He's still alive? Okay, we did oven, open, doodly-doo. Even Steven. Let's be even. Even. How come people don't name their kid? This is Even, and this is his twin brother Odd. Do you think there are twins with the names Even and Odd? I guarantee you there are. Even, Odd. Where's Even and Odd? Odd wouldn't be a good name, but Even might be. I could see Even catching on. I could see Even catching on. What would be a good one for a twin with Even? Even and Steven. Even Steven, that would be good, right? This is Even, this is his twin brother Steven. Together they're Even Steven. What else we go with that? Even. Hi, Even. What did you say? Elliot? Even and Elliot? See? I don't know. I really do think that it would be good. I think Even would catch on. If people started naming their kids Even, what's the baby's name? Even. Oh, that's nice. And then you could name him like Even More. Even More. Think about that. Think about all the crazy. I could start a trend right now. I'll just start telling people every time someone has a baby, they'll say, what did they name it? Even More. Oh, that's so lovely. I'm going to say that and see what people's reactions are. Would they name the baby? Even More. Oh, because they loved him even more than they ever thought they could. And they just said, we have to call him Even More. We love our little Mr. Even More. Mr. Even More. We didn't think it was possible, but when he came into the world, we loved him even more. See? I bet you there are people named Even More. What? I like it. I like it, like it. Evolve. Even without the Stephen. Yeah, but think about Even More. What's their son's name? Even More. Novel is good, and so is, who else had the other one? Novel is the winner, but it could have also been Evolve. Even More. Lexicon. Icon. Hold on a minute. Icon. Even More. Did they have the baby? Yeah, they named him Even More. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, because they couldn't believe it. They loved him even more. Oh, that is so cute. Here, It really is. They just love him even more. They just love him even more. Aw, really? Yeah. They love him so much. Can't believe you guys really don't like that. Come on. You guys are not even being nice to me. I can't get any respect over here. I don't get any respect here, Mike. None. None. Come up with these great things, these great names. And I'm just treated like a pariah. That struck you funny, Carolyn? You kids? Oh, there's Bink. See, Bink doesn't pay any attention to me, Mike, either. Yep, I can't get any respect. Did you hear the new name I found out? And I think it would be listen to this one, it's Bink. Did you hear they had the baby? Do you want to know what they named it? They named him Even, and his middle name is More. Even More. And they named him that because they fell in love with him through the whole pregnancy, but they couldn't believe when he was born, they loved him even more. And his name is Even More. Isn't that cute? Even More. Even more. Aw, isn't it? Isn't it, Bink? Isn't it so cute? But I can't get much respect around here. They're not really celebrating me at all. I'm not being celebrated, Evie. I think I should be celebrated for that. Be like, wow, that's so cool. Come on, a little bit of anything. And I can't figure out who says nice. It's nice. It's nice. We need it. Just want it to be nice. All I wanted were things to be nice. That's all I wanted. Nice. Instead we got lice. You guys are not... We want you to be nice everywhere you go. I love it when you are like this. Well, you didn't like it before when you thought I was telling about your time in jail. Scooter. And Vinky, you knew Scooter served that time in prison, right? For that murder she said was self-defense. Even though you and I discussed it on the trip and we didn't really think it was self-defense, but we said we were going to never let Scooter know that because we didn't want to tick her off and then she'd come after us. Yeah, I was trying to tell Elle about that.
about Scooter's self-defense. No, I didn't. I said that you got off. No. Very, very different. You were acquitted. That's very different. Acquittal means you are innocent. That's what I said. Scooter was not acquitted. Scooter was not acquitted. Do you know that, Elle? She served her time. But she said that it was self-defense. Binky and I are not so sure, but we don't ever want to let Scooter know that. All right? We don't ever want to let Scooter know that it might be, that we might be thinking that she got away with murder. So don't ever say it to her or say that anything about it, that because we just have to accept it for what it is. The jury made their decision. That's it. You can't, that's it. It's not our thing. There's nothing that we can do. We just have to accept it, and that's it. It's fine. Please, please. All right, I think I'm probably going to call it a clone. Right? I did. I called it a cone. And then I think I'm going to leave it alone. Murder of crows? What did you do? One once ice clone. I got clone, but I can use ice. I have one. No, I don't have one. And I don't have once. Very good. Thank you, Murder of Crows. Now I just need one more. So we can't leave now. Can't leave now. No, we can't. Got to do this one, which would be lox. Some bagels and lox. Nope. Somebody once told me. Somebody once. What is it? I told you once, I told you twice. Don't eat chicken soup with rice. I had one, like the Hated My Friend, that book. I had that book when I was in second grade. My mother. That was like the big book when you're in second grade. But then remember that book? I have that too. I told you once, I told you twice. About the chicken soup with rice. It was a whole book. I remember that. Yeah. Okay, let's see. And powerful. What's powerful? One is the loneliest number you'll ever see. Two can be as bad as one, but it's the loneliest number since the number one. Come on, what do we do here? Da-na-na-na. You guys. Hey, you guys. Scooter, you just fell off the panel and didn't even say goodbye before. That was so rude. Scooter, are you here? That was rude, rude, rude. Rude, 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 rude. Okay, let's see. I
I told my story, Elle. Oh, yeah. Elle. We're fooling around. Just kick back a little bit. It's okay. Nix. Nixnay on the ixnay. Ixnay on the nilnay. There we go. We did it. Thank you, Murder of Crows. You saved us. You saved us. All right, we have to go. It's been fun. Maybe one day. What's the matter, Mike? What's going on? What are you so sorry about? What is he so sorry about? Oh, you're telling about your story. I didn't even see that. Okay, you know that I don't see everything. Yes, it's a terrible, terrible thing. A lot of people here go through terrible stuff, and a lot of people use humor to deal with it. Scooter and I, we use a lot of humor to deal with a lot of really bad things. A lot of comedians are very, very hurt people, and they still try to make other people laugh. You know? Because otherwise you're just going to sit and cry all the time. Anyway. No one even appreciates my name. Evermore. Even more. Oh my gosh. That's the brother just came to me. Ever and even. Even and ever. Here are the twins, even and ever. Even more. And ever. I can't believe. Ever. Ever. I don't know. You're stronger. You're stronger. You're stronger. Who would name their child even? No, listen to this, Murder Crows. Listen to this. Just came to me. Listen to this. You say, hey, Carolyn, what did so-and-so name the baby? And I say, you're not going to believe this, Murder Crows. They named the baby Even More. Even is his first name, More is his middle name. Why did they name him Even More? Because, you know, they thought they were totally in love with him and they couldn't love him more. But when he was born, they found out they loved him even more. And his name is Even More. That would catch on like crazy, I guarantee you. With all the craziness in the names, right? Watch, if I started saying that, you'd hear a whole bunch of people. What'd they name the baby? Oh, they named him Even More. Oh, that's sweet, Even More. Right? We couldn't believe we loved him even more. And that had to be his name. And here's little Even. Well, hi, Even. Come on. I'm telling you, we catch on like wildfire. The way people name people names, yeah.
Did you like that movie last night? Really? Did she get together with the priest? Women, I give up tonight on typing. Oh, you give up tonight, Mike, on typing? Even more. I do think it would catch on even more. I'm telling you, Murder Crows, we just start saying that. Every time someone asks you, what did they name the baby? Just say, you're even more. And there's a really cute story behind it. They loved him even more when he was born than they thought they ever could. And now there's little Even. He's so cute. Even more. They could tell him that. Well, good night, little guy. And you remember, we love you even more than you could ever imagine. Even more. I guarantee you there's kids named that already. Even more. This is Even More Brown. Oh, hi. Oh, we've got a few Evens in this class. Oh, Evens. I'm telling ya. She married someone in Cali and had 2 kids. Who are we talking about? They to each other love each other very much, and she left the... What happened? I'm missing it. Oh, they told each other they loved each other very much, and she left the nunhood. And they got married? Oh, she didn't get married to the priest, but the priest left too? The priest left too? That was weird. I think I remember watching that movie as a kid, but I don't know if I finished the whole thing. Something called Shattered Vows with, oh no, he stayed a priest? Okay, with Valerie Bertinelli, who was a nun. And it went on to show you that she had 2 kids and everything? Interesting. But her aunt stayed a nun, right? Where'd Bink go? She left already. She doesn't give me any respect. Binky doesn't give me any respect. Yes. But he loved her. Oh, the priest loved her? And he stayed a priest, though? Wow. Did they did they have an affair? Oh. Oh, she didn't really have 2 kids? Who's here? Pinky's not here anymore. She left. Nope, he stayed true to his calling. But he said that he loved her? Did she kiss him? Oh, you're here. In California, you know they were living in California?
Okay, well, if you're watching on the replay, have fun. Hope you enjoyed if you're watching on the replay. You can always give a super thanks if you liked it. You can always give a thumbs up. You can share it out. What else can you do with it? You can tell all your friends and neighbors. And what else? Or you can help us out with our legal fund for our trial. We have a legal fund. We're going to trial. So you could help us out with that if you'd like to. We'd appreciate it. Like I said, you could share it, subscribe, like, be a member. Anything you can to help support the channel is greatly appreciated, and we appreciate you guys coming in and watching. And if you're watching on the replay, thank you. Leave a comment. Tell us what you thought. And what else? Oh, you're welcome, Mike. Glad we made you laugh. It's better than making you cry, right? All right. Scooter gets mad when I eat crackers, but I have to eat a couple of crackers, and then, let's see. Hi, Pensilla. Where are you hiding? Hi, Pensilla. How are you? I hope you're having a good night, a good day, a good night. Uh-oh, what am I doing? Hold on a minute. I just dropped something. Oh, here. Hold on. Tomorrow I've got a big day. I'm going to try to get a lot done. I always say that. I'm going to try to get a lot of the packing and shipping done. And then something usually happens to prevent that. All right, well, and I always want to do like an afternoon video with the cricket. I'm going to really try to do that tomorrow. We'll see. It's a short month and we really have to push it. So, all right. You will get you next one. Okay, I will get you next. I will get you next. What, are we playing tag? What are we doing next? Jeez, what are you going to get us? Okay. All right, well, we'll see you then. I'll see you. We'll see yous, my pretties. All right, everybody, I'm going to close her down. Thank you, everybody. God bless. Prayers. Thank you so much for coming in. Good to see you, Mike. And everybody else, everybody have a good night. Drive home safely. If you're been drinking, get a designated driver to drive you home. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here right now. Well, you could. You could. If you remember, you could. You could go into Zoom. But I'll see you guys later. I've got to find out how to close this down. I've got to go over here. Hold on a moment, because I'm not on the right thing. I've got to find the, here we go, this one. Now I've got to close down the poll. Hold on. So let me see what the poll says. 68% say that Donna's not getting bail. So we're going to find out if Donna gets bail tomorrow. All right? That's an important thing, to find out about Donna getting bail or not. So I'll have to do something to update that. I want to do a crooked thing on it. I really have to push. I'm going to do like 47 videos tomorrow. All right. And then we have an auction. Let's see. Alrighty. Be good now.
Be good now. Last call. Bink, you have to get a designated driver. It seems you've had a couple too many. All right. We'll see you all. Goodbye. Bye now. Love you. God bless. Prayers. See you.